The jump, there's the I was not meant to be out there. Yeah. Let's see this more. So it's with the. No, it's fine. Here all the time. How are you? It's right when it's time. If you guys want to help firing.
Okay. Oh, really? Just happy with the date.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who are the others playing? Oh, my bad.
5 o'clock, so we're gonna get started. Bang the gavel, same day. Did anybody watch Ted Lasso?
Yeah.
Like the whistle? Okay.
Whistle.
So for anybody who doesn't know me, my name is Claire Colby. I am the president of the School Foundation. I will be helping to facilitate tonight's event. I do want to let everybody know, both here and on Zoom or whatever way that you're streaming in, we did get over 70 questions in, so we will not directly address each individual question as an individual line item. We have grouped them into subjects, and we will attempt to answer all of your questions. Please know that if we did not answer your question directly, please follow up with us, or we can't follow up with you because I don't know who the questions came from. But we are going to do our best to get to everything on the panel.
It's mimicking. I think we just need to turn it down.
Sorry.
You can mute the computer.
We just mute the computer. Nope, no one's gonna ask questions on that, right? Okay.
I don't think they can.
Thank you.
Better?
Yeah. Yes.
We know. Flag me again if anybody hears that that's not going well. So I've broken down our questions into a few different topics. So generally, we will speak about our school leadership and the vision for the school going into next year. We will touch on academics and what our vision is for that aspect of it. Volunteering, our student leadership, communications, and field trips. And then we will open the floor at the end to cover some brief Q&A internally. And if there's anything that we didn't get to, we will attempt to address it then. I do want to start off by asking Mr. Phillips to talk a little bit about the vision for the school going forward. Yeah.
I think I was just going to start with just kind of that's okay.
Sure.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming and everybody who's on YouTube watching us. Really wanted to just kind of give a rundown of the school year in general, just kind of where we started when I got here, where we are now, what our plans are for next year. I think that'll kind of give a vision of some of this, but also kind of come back and touch those questions. I think I would love to say that it wasn't, but I do think it was a little bit of a rough start to the school year. I think there's lots of reasons for that. I think some of them predate all the way back to COVID and some decisions that were made during that time. I know I depleted some programs. There's either been, I think it's 4 executive directors in 3 years or something like that we've gone through, which also changes a lot of direction during that period of time. When I started, when I was first voted in this room in into June, the board also voted for a budget to come in that was $180,000 in the red, so we were in the hole to start off that foot. We had teachers leaving in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fifth grade, music, PE, STEM, and special education. With the only remaining positions in place, fourth grade, middle school ELA, middle school math, and middle school social studies. Plus, we brought in a new sped director that was here before me, Kyle Maxey, and then myself came in. In addition to that, we had to hire special education positions that were vacant and a brand new nutrition services position to oversee our food services. So there was a lot to be done really quickly. That isn't to include the building, which is, as I've said a couple other times, it's its own thing. The elevator was broken, the restrooms were in poor condition. We had incomplete basketball hoops that we spent the year trying to figure out. The notorious rat bridge that scared me to death when I first heard that term. In general neglect of the building from what had been defined to me as just kind of, we're going to move soon. So we didn't want to always fix things at the level that we needed to. And I think that, you know, kind of created the picture of really, the school wasn't in a great shape when I arrived. There were definitely some things that needed to be like tweaked and looked at. Originally, the main two things I was kind of tasked with were school safety and teacher retention. Those were the things that were really pushed hard at me originally. And I went to work, as my dad would say, I put my nose to the grindstone, right? And I just tried to figure out the answers to all the questions that I had in front of me. First thing was, though, I had to just assemble a staff. I mean, we were definitely in need of assembling a staff. In fact, there's kind of a joke in my office when we talk about what last summer looked like, is that all we did was interview people like the whole time until school started. Sought grants to help the budget, organized professional development for teachers did get here, created schedules, tried to improve the school safety with radios and the front desk. And then we were kind of into the school year. It just kind of jumped in pretty quickly for us. As when I started in July, it started in August. And the result of kind of a lot of that stuff was it was new. It was new for us. It was new for you guys. It was new for everybody. And on top of that, those of us that were in the building, we had a lot to learn. We had a lot to learn about OTA. We had a lot to learn about core knowledge and different things, aspects about the school. So, you know, we had everything to learn. We had everything we needed to learn, from like core knowledge to just how we were going to be a team. And we had to kind of discover that and work through that process. It takes time. And for me, you know, I had about 10 years as a principal coming in here at experience. I had 0 years of experience as an executive director. And that was like a new role that I had to take on and learn in conjunction with being a principal. It was a big learning curve. And I know the year hasn't gone perfect. I really wish I could say it had. From the bottom of my heart, that's the one thing I wish I could sit up here and say. STEM alone is the reason that derails all of that, right? Like, I feel like enough said on that. I know I've failed on more than one occasion in my job, but I can promise it's not for not passionately trying. It's been a major learning process. And as the year went on, I really feel like we got better. We got better in everything from instruction to PBL, everything. Simply put, I really think we got better each day. And I wrote to the teachers early in the beginning of the year that my goal was for us to get better 1% each day. And as I sit here right now, I truly believe that has occurred. I really feel like every day we got a little bit better in some aspects. The same is true for the building. I feel like the building got better in some aspects. Definitely some on the list that I mentioned that we're still working through, but everything from the basketball hoops to the restrooms were either rebuilt, remodeled, or reordered and rebuilt every which way we could. So none of this was without setbacks or failures. I feel like every direction we went, there was something that set us back, or we had to restart or figure out something new. But I really feel like somewhere in the December, January, February time, things really started to shift, and I really started to see some of the things that we were doing really start to take off. And I feel like we finished the year strong. I think we had an incredible gala thanks to the foundation. I think Grandparents' Day was a success. I thought that was a really positive day. Our iReady scores from the beginning of year to middle of year rocked it. Our academics are still doing really well. I felt like we got a really good core knowledge report back about our school. You know, that Mr. Ham disseminated to the board the other day was really positive for where we are, especially having all the new teachers that we have and the learning curve that they had. The parent survey was positive. It rendered good results for where we were as a school and where people feel like we're going. And I feel like we really unified as a staff against a lot of odds coming in Grandview like that. with all of our teachers agreeing to, return, except for really third grade and kindergarten. That kind of leads me into next year where, we have a STEM teacher in place, one that I'm ready to get on top of a mountain and scream about. It's a really exciting thing. I see people's heads shaking that we're in the interviews about how happy they are about it. I think we got a really great third grade teacher from our fourth grade long-term sub, Mrs. Berger. And I'm somewhat excited to say that the elevator does have a fixed date. It's going to be fixed at the end of this month. I've got a meeting for it. The turf is going to be replaced outside by our leasing company. And next year, the truth is, I really can't wait for next year. I think that next year is going to be totally different because I think that there's this general understanding that we've all come to as we work together and build as a team where we're going. I know this is true for me. There's been so much learning and growth that's happened the entire year, but that's true amongst the staff as I've seen that as well. And I don't view us coming in next year as a brand new staff, right? And we definitely were that this year. I don't want to say we're a veteran staff, but I'll say we're a developing veteran staff, as I think that it's definitely much different. We're way better and have an incredibly much better understanding of core knowledge than when we walked in on day one. I think that's true of all our teachers. We're going to be better next year with student interventions, thanks to minimum days and our ability to really coordinate what that looks like. There's going to be more professional development for the teachers and PLC for the same reason. With music, I think we're going to be 18 times better. That's my mother's expression, 18 times. I don't really actually know what it means, but I think it's a lot. We're going to have scheduled performances. We're going to have different middle school electives. We're going to cut down the size of that cost to half to the best of our ability, which I think is something we can do. Just, I think in general, the understanding, the teamwork, our understanding of the whole school is that much better. STEM, it's going to be way better. We're going to have a seasoned veteran as a teacher. I think that's also, this isn't something I've worked a lot with him other than in conversation. I think we're going to have an improved robotics program because he's going to be here. And just, like I said, just a general better understanding of OTA. I think our PD focus next year is going to be similar to what it was this year, except we're going to dive deeper. It's going to be on core knowledge, restorative practices, project-based learning, mindfulness, and just the instructional strategies that we can improve in the building. And just kind of in closing, I first want to say I was happy to see that the feedback from the parent survey was positive. I really am glad that people like the direction that the school's going. I'm excited for next year. I'm really excited for next year because I think a lot of the things that occurred this year, we've overcome in the course of this year. And when we start fresh, I think that'll be more visually seen. And then I also hope that tonight that everybody that has questions gets them answered. And if they don't, we'll reach out to us so that we make sure that we that's kind of what I wanted to say.
Great. No, and that does cover off a lot of our first section. I'll just call attention to a couple of areas that I think we wanted to touch on that we haven't. Partially, you did touch on what we can expect to see for the coming year, and that was a frequent question: is what is our vision for the curriculum going forward? And I appreciate that recap. One of the questions that we did see frequently as well, and I know this is on the agenda for our board meeting tonight, was understanding how that vision aligns and how we intend to publish updates in the handbook and in the charter to show what we as a community can expect. So I don't know if you want to touch on that just for like a minute. Though.
Sure. Both the employee handbook and the parent teacher handbook are actually going to the board tonight for review and for approval. Those were things that Laura said at the very beginning of the year. Hey, we need to look at these. We need to try to get these changed and updated. The problem was, like I said, we were hiring so many people that the school year was here and we were kind of under that. So as we turned past the year change in January, it became a focus of us making sure that we got it prepared for next year. So it is something that will be in there tonight. And then as far as the vision, the vision is always to create the best learning environment we can for all students, right? And figure out how we can reach them. And I think that a lot of the practices that we wanted to put in place this year we didn't really have the time to meet and go over those things and like really tweak them and make them what they can be. And I think next year, because of the minimum days, because we can align our schedules and because we can look at those student interventions differently, I think it's going to make a massive difference.
Do you expect the handbook to address our uniform policy?
Yes. And as far as the uniform policy goes, like I'm completely guilty on this. It is not something that I would have hammered throughout the year. It is something that we're going to have a revised focus on as part of professional development that first week to make sure all our teachers know what those expectations are and what that looks like. And so that one's on me. I take full responsibility for that declining as the year goes.
And then a couple of other items, and I think these are good ones to address in the context of the handbook because it addresses not only our school's expectations and our student expectations, but our family expectations. There's been a few concerns and a frequent concern throughout the year. Drop off pickup, I assume we'll have some restatement of expectations in the handbook. And then questions about how our parents are dropping off.
Yeah, so not much. I don't even know if any section of that part was changed in the handbook, so I kind of think it's going to remain at least verbally the same way it was written. From my standpoint, I see a lot of the questions, and a lot of the questions refer to me not saying anything or doing anything about people who are in our situation. I promise. If I see it and it's safe to have some sort of response to people, I let people know. There are people in this room that I know I have like, I don't want to say reprimanded, but told what the rules are and how we need to go about. That will continue next year. I know that there've been some past executive directors that had like papers that they put on their windows and things like that when they were parked there. One of the problems we've run into is people park here and run across the street with the dogs, even if I'm yelling at them not to do so. To drop off their dog. There will be one of the main changes that I'm looking at or thinking about for the pickup is really there's been a concern within our building about the walkers. You know, we just released a group of walkers. We want to get a waiver from parents to say it's okay that that's going to be a walker. We've got a list to kind of check and get them out, so we have a better process than that. So that's definitely something that we're going to look at.
Can I interject on one thing? I think both of those, the uniforms and pickup and drop off, are under a standard of excellence, kind of holding ourselves to a higher standard. And we are doing our darndest, but we're going to really reemphasize that next year, make sure people are dressed the right way or doing the right thing. You know, coat of paint for our facilities, getting the elevator up and running, kind of reinforcing that this is a place where we expect a lot. But the pickup and drop off, I get it. I get frustrated with these guys too when I see, hey, why aren't you doing anything? That's on the parents, and there's a lot of bad actors there. And we have an idea to have parents volunteer in the morning to help regulate with that. Because these guys have got enough going on. Yes, they need to still bang on the cars, keep them moving. But I want to really put a charge into the parents and say, look, we've asked for volunteer opportunities. We'll touch plenty on that later. But why don't we get a couple of people in the morning that'll help keep things moving along, again, to reinforce that standard of excellence, build community, and have people understand that this is how we expect to have things done.
Great. And then one more I'll just touch on from here and then we'll need to move on to the next topic. But I think that's a good lead in. There were several questions about responsiveness from the school and responsiveness from the board when parents do bring up questions like this. And I think you have some ideas going forward for next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think every board meeting, I always say, whenever people say something in the front, hey, we can't respond. That doesn't mean that we don't take it in, listen, value greatly what is coming at us. I think hopefully that's been reflected in some of the decisions that have been made, whether it was the staff coming out in force and talking about the importance of minimum days and how that impacted that decision, or whether it's, you know, some of the facility upgrades and going, hey, we got a real problem here. It's always through the lens of what we can do, both from a staffing and resource standpoint and a budget standpoint, but we really intend to follow up. So if you're not seeing that follow up, please reach out. And as a proactive measure, we're going to have somebody on the board. We've got a whole new regime coming in, but somebody that's going to be sort of a parent liaison. I mean, this is something I've been playing around with, is have a parent liaison and have a facilities liaison, because he catches a lot of strays. I catch a lot of strays from emails, angry parents, just to have a sounding board to go, hey, look, let's sit down, let's talk through that. Let's follow up on that comment that you had. I think that'll help foster more communication. So we hear you. we always hear you and we always do our best to answer, but we're gonna try to have a little bit more of a formal process.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're gonna shift into academics. A lot of questions across the board, but generally speaking, I think you touched on a little bit, kind of the refocus into core knowledge, and you're keeping that as a overriding goal of the school and the guide of what our academics is. But you talk a little bit about how that roadmap and our reinvesting in the core knowledge, how we're going to see that as parents in the community, what we can expect to understand from a communication standpoint as to what that roadmap looks like for the school.
Well, I think to start off, and I don't think I understood that people would notice until we were on our call the other day. To my knowledge, and Bob, please correct me if I'm wrong, we've never actually been a core knowledge certified school, correct? That's what we're working for, right?
That's what we're working toward now.
Yeah, so when I came in, I didn't know that we weren't a certified core knowledge school, and that was one of the things that Mr. Hammond, Mr. Celentino brought to me right away and said, hey, this is something we've been trying to get done for a long time. So part of what I wrote my original grant for was the ability to get us certified and get us the professional development training that we needed for this. And it's an interesting process. We get a full professional development day. And then we need to apply what we learn. And then they come and like audit us, for lack of a better term, and kind of see where we're at. And so we got a pretty good report, but we still have some ways to go. A lot of the things that were needed to kind of be updated or improved here were just the visual aids of core knowledge was a good amount of kind of where we were missing the boat. So that's something that we'll have a renewed focus on next year. So from parental viewpoint, you should be able to see more core knowledge stuff as you enter the building next year. From a communication standpoint, I'm not sure I have a great answer for that. I think that you would most likely see it through your teacher emails on what they're talking about and what the focus is, because they'll be able to align a lot more of that this year with core knowledge, because I think this year we were learning it, and now it's not like I always think about the first year of teaching is like when you drive someplace for the first time and it seems like, it's only 3 hours, but it feels like it takes 6. And then somehow when you drive back, it feels like it takes an hour and a half. That feeling where it's like way faster. I think that's year 2 of us understanding core knowledge. We're going to be able to process a lot quicker and be able to move a lot quicker. So I think you'll see that in the communication.
Great. I know you touched on cutting the music. Can you talk a little bit about all of the specials that we have, right? So when we think about music, STEM, robotics, and what that kind of feels like for next year.
Yeah, so for next year, I don't think
PE, sorry.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of changes as far as like what there is offered. We're still going to have PE, we're still going to have music, we'll still have robotics. And while STEM is sort of a specials here, it's not really a special, it's really science for our middle school or our 4th through 8th grade. So it's not technically a special. So when we think about specials here, we really only have the 3. We have PE, music, and robotics. With music, the goal right now is to figure out how to cut those numbers down, because right now PE or music operate as the prep period for the teacher. And so I'm going to have to alter that schedule in order for it to flow and still give teachers their breaks. And so in order to do that, the goal is to split music and robotics. So there's like 15 in robotics and 15 in music, and then they rotate. That's the goal. It's right now manpower and making sure I have the right people in place. So there is more to come on that. I can't guarantee that as we sit here right now, but I'm very confident that we can make it happen. I just am fearful to say it's going to happen until some of those questions are asked.
That's something I've been pushing for, is people with tests.
Absolutely.
First meeting. So we're trying like hell to figure it out.
Absolutely.
Real quick, I thought that the school leadership have, you talked about core knowledge, but there was a good point. I think we had that. So the question about project-based learning and core virtues and how they seemed a little bit sort of disconnected, and how we're now going to have a renewed emphasis of tying them all together to make sure that they're a little bit more complementary, and you can kind of see how they stack on one another.
Yeah, so one of the things that came back from the core knowledge report was that we weren't aligned with the core knowledge virtues, which was, I think, a decision made all the way back in June of last year to set the one. So we're going to go back to the 3-year rotation of the core virtues and get them aligned with our core knowledge. Apologize, what was the other part of that?
The PBL.
Oh, and project-based learning, I know the big question that's come from that is whether we're gonna have it after school or before school. We are gonna have it, or sorry, during school or after school. We are gonna make this during school. We're gonna go back to the during school process. The parent survey really had it split as a 50-50 thing. And so I felt like another group to ask were the teachers, and they voted almost unanimously to have it during school, which aligns with the participation piece that I think a lot of people are worried about. So it should, I don't want to say force that participation, but give more opportunity and greatly urge that participation.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, I do think the questioning, while there have been a lot of questions about the timing of it, was around the integration of and understanding how the PBL relates to their curriculum.
Sure. Well, I think there's a couple ways that you can do project-based learning. And the approach that we took this year was to really let the kids have a voice and choice. In that, I think what came up to me from the principal advisory board is that there isn't a grade for project-based learning. And so they're not convinced that kids took it as seriously as they should have. So I want to explore with the teachers what that might look like, a grading process for project-based learning, just to keep the intent and the focus there. As far as aligning it with core knowledge, I think we can always align with core knowledge. I know there's nothing out of kelter there. It's just a matter of like what they're teaching at the time versus what the kids are trying to, make the project based on.
One last point that kind of connects to that, field trips, which is tied into, I know, kind of all over the place, but.
It's got its own tab, right? I think it's got its own tab.
Overarching, how all these.
That is a good point, that they are kind of separate questions in that the one vein of the questions was around how we tie field trips into the academic standards and how we align them with what we're learning versus what the actual thing.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'll allow.
So field trips wise, I think the first thing is that when we started the year, there wasn't a field trip schedule. And so that is, I think, again, a fallout of the COVID policies, right? There wasn't something that somebody was prepping. So that was definitely, for this year, it was a little bit of a scramble. And I, again, take full responsibility for that because it was all of a sudden we were needing it, people were asking about it.
But you should, that was under your previous leadership where they axed it. The fact that we brought it back and were able to pull it off, it's a minor miracle.
And a lot of credit goes to the middle school teachers for that, especially at the middle school level. So for next year, I've had some meetings with Claire, and one of the things that we really want to do is revitalize the field trip program that is kind of outlined in the charter. Now, one of the pieces with that, as we go through it, we're keeping some of it outlined in the I think it's in the handbook with some of the things, but as we look at it, there are some budgetary things. There are definitely some questions about what it looks like next year. We are going to stick with a similar pattern. My assumption is this is an assumption. I know we're going to try to match all of the ones that are there. There's possibly a switch in 3rd and 4th grade for national park reasons. I guess if you're in 4th grade, you can get a national park where you can card for 4th graders for free. So we may make the national park trip in 4th grade, so it prompts the kids to go ahead and get that for the year. But we are looking at those things. My goal right now, and I absolutely plan to do this, is come July 1, 2, 3, somewhere in that first couple of days of July. It's going to be an email sent out to all parents that's going to outline, hey, this is what the field trips are for this year. This is our plan for field trips. This may deviate from what it said here, and here's why we're deviating, and just update everybody and give everybody just the information so they know going into the year what those field trips look like and what to plan for.
Great, thanks. So I'll bring you back. Just there are a few more questions under academics specific to robotics, and we appreciate you touching on that. Several of the questions were specific to robotic clubs, competitions. So, and I think we touched on that a little bit. If you'll share
Yeah, so one definite thing I can sit here and tell you that when Yin starts, that's our new STEM teacher, is that I want to get competitions for middle schoolers up and running a meet. That's definitely one thing that I plan to do within the robotics program. What it looks like for the other grades below that, as far as competitions go, I'm not really ready to say yet because I think I need to get in and work with him and kind of develop that plan a little bit. But I definitely want to get a middle school competitive VEX robotics team up and running. And I think that'll be I think it'll be a really easy process with the STEM teacher that we have in place now. So there are plans to make competitive pushes again. What grades that leads down to, I'm just not sure yet. I definitely see the possibility of 4th grade through 8th grade being possible. But right now, middle school is the only one I'm committed to as we sit here right now.
Great, that's great feedback. There were a couple of ones that I think I can answer fairly quickly, but correct me if I'm wrong. They were fairly simple. Will we be building out a library? Will we be hiring an arts teacher? I think the simple answer to those is probably not right now. The library is a space constraint issue here. I will tell you, I have reached out to several contacts about some alternatives, maybe getting a mobile library that can come on campus, some alternative creative solutions. We're open to ideas if anybody has other thoughts about that. And not to bury the lead, but there will be a new volunteer opportunity if anybody's interested in heading up that project. We're gonna come on that later.
Look at all the hands.
I know, it's so exciting. All right, so we are going to, move right into volunteer. That's what's next. That's very exciting. So I think we have, yeah, go ahead,
All right,
sorry.
Cardinal
No,
Sin, I'm gonna
just
go back
kidding.
real quick on the
Just kidding.
robotics, the IT, the technology, there's a lot of questions about typing in a computer lab. I think we should hit that quickly as well.
Yeah, as far as it goes for the computer lab, there wasn't a computer lab when I got here. I didn't understand that had necessarily been that. My understanding is what is now the music room was like a special education room prior to me getting here. It wasn't necessarily set up to be a computer lab. So I didn't fully understand this question when we got it. At this point, we're pretty integrated with computers in the classrooms. And so that is kind of part of our regular everyday education. It isn't something that we're taking kids to a computer lab to teach them anymore. They're in it in most grade levels. Kindergarten, no, but 1st grade is even has some integration into Chromebooks and has that piece where they're working on those things. So isn't anything we're directly teaching, but I think we're indirectly teaching it all the time.
The school is a computer lab.
Correct.
I mean,
Yeah, that's how I see
we're
it.
all fitting here, like.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So volunteering, do you want to touch on the overarching volunteer and then I'll talk about some new opportunities? I'll kick it off and just say, from the foundation's perspective, you know, we obviously value your volunteering a great deal. We wouldn't be able to do any of the things that we do without the volunteers that we have. It is our responsibility to get volunteer opportunities available to you. We are working very hard to make that significantly more transparent and to create a lot more opportunities for our parents to volunteer in the classroom, outside the classroom, before school, after school, at home. To that end, we do have a list that we are working on right now. It is 5 pages long at the moment. It is getting longer every day that we will commit to having published to you out before the school year starts. Again, it will include a wide variety of options, so don't worry about what time you have available. We will find the time for you. It includes things as simple as being a photographer for the day, working on our Google Drives and helping to organize lists. That is a never-ending need that we have to create documents, to coming onto campus and helping with the pickup drop-off, working to help monitor our lunch and recess time, doing school cleanups. There's a wide variety of places and ways for you to get involved. And we will make sure that those are available to you on our website so that you can see what those opportunities are and get an easy way for you to sign up for those. And again, if you have something that you feel you can contribute to the school, we'll just add another line item on there for you. There's plenty of space.
Yeah, I think back to this sort of standard of excellence engagement with the community. There is something in the handbook, in the charter about volunteerism and a minimum that's sort of required. And so we really want folks to get involved. We need it for a small community. See, it's the same 10 to 12 faces that are at every event and they're getting really burned out. We need more parents, we need younger parents, we need new blood to come in and help keep this thing up and running and really fulfilling on its promise. So Claire's done a great job of building out a bunch of volunteer opportunities. I've been here for a number of years. That was always something that was relatively easy to do. And we're pushing really hard to make that something that's easy to do for our parents to get into the classroom and to help roll their sleeves up and help the teachers however they want. And to really just say, okay, how do you need me? Plug me in. Now, there was some questions and confusion about, okay, what are we doing any training or anything? That is a topic for another day. We are not going to do that as part of our standard classroom participation. It is going to be, you get in there, you take direction from staff, you take direction from teachers, but there will be a code of conduct that's going to be expected for everybody to understand, hey, here are the ground rules. You're going to be on campus, here's what you need to do. Not going to be anything onerous, it's just going to be an expectation of, we require excellence from our students, we require excellence from our volunteers. And you need to do what we ask you to do. Now that sounds like a, I don't want to try to tie it down with all the form work or anything. It's gonna be a very easy thing to sign at the beginning of the year. And then there are going to be tons of opportunities to get out on campus, into the community and help because we need it.
Yeah, for anyone who wasn't able to attend our volunteer event last year, it will be in January this year. So come out, volunteer. We're gonna have another party. We hope to see you all there. All right, communications is next. No, student leadership. Student leadership, I don't know, that's what I titled it. I don't know that it really encompasses what we're talking about there, but there were several questions about our mentoring programs, our mindfulness room, and the potential of bringing on some anti-bullying programs into the school. That we can touch on those areas.
Yeah, so the first thing I think that was that was something along the lines of the principal advisory board and what it does, and so on and so forth. Principal advisory board is made up of 2 students from 3rd to 8th grade. And every other week I have a Friday after Friday flag, I meet with them in my office and we go 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, all the way up. And I asked my 8th grade members who are also our school board members to go to kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade class and engage those kids to find out if there's stuff that they need to report to. So 8th grade has a little bit more of a responsibility there. They bring those things and we talk about them kind of similar, I guess, to coffee with the principal. They bring up a question, we talk through it and try to work it out. Spirit Week, those sorts of things they're involved in and they get a voice. They are supposed to be representatives of their class. So they go and they meet with their class on questions and things that they want to bring to the principal, if you will. And then we sit and kind of go through that. I think early in the year, it was everything from bathrooms to flat soccer balls to not enough like recess. To the end of the year, most of those meetings were pretty quick because there weren't things being brought to the principal advisory board anymore. And I think probably that's a similar representation to the school board members as the year went on. They kind of shifted in things they were great. Then I think the next thing was about mentoring and mentoree program. So we do have that set up in pockets. I do think it's a thing that next year we really want to focus on and set some grades up for success with that mentoring program. Wasn't anything that we got up and running necessarily as a structured thing. It was more grade level to grade level where they made some connections and had some mentors come in. Now we did have some students that also were well above grade level. So those students were leaving their grade level to go, as an example, they were really high in reading. They were leaving 2nd grade to go into 3rd grade reading and have that, which I know that's not a mentor program per se, but we did have that kind of elevated academic thing too that I'd like to add. And then the mindfulness room, where we're at with it right now is that it's likely, and when I say likely, I'm going to give it actual percentage somewhere in the 90s, going to turn into an additional special ed resource room for next year, because we're finding that there's a greater need for that as we go into next year. I'm not committed to that. I still have hopes that we can utilize it in more of a way maybe it's being used now, but from everything that's coming in right now, it looks like we're heavily going in that direction. Anti-bullying was another topic, I think, in this area. And we do have like an OTA bully policy and kind of an outline that I follow procedurally. That will be issued out at the beginning of the year in your packet, which is not something that was issued last year because it wasn't necessarily here. And that will outline what that looks like, as well as I think there was some hope to get some trainings, some anti-bullying trainings. That is something that our resource officer, she offers to come in and have those conversations. So at the beginning of the year, I want to jump on some of that early in the year to have some of those conversations because bullying definitely became, it's been hot button since I got into administration, but felt like it became a hot button issue here really within the last 2 to 3 months. It really seemed to pick up in its frequency. And so we want to edge that at the beginning of the year, be really proactive about it now that we've got some understanding of what the year looks like. And some classes that specifically need that training, or maybe even some advanced training in those areas that we'll plan on hitting next year. So I am looking for resources to come into the school as well. So if you have any out there that you maybe other children have gone through or that you're really helpful on, please email me. I'm glad to review them and see if they would be great for our school.
Can you touch on the restorative justice, restorative practices?
Yeah, so I think this is actually Mr. C policy that he added restorative practices or restorative justice to the charter. And so to start the year, we did have a professional development. The goal was to have some additional professional development through the year, but the guy who was leading it had some emergency situation that kind of hindered us from doing that when we went to revitalize it. But the goal is right now we're using some restorative practices outside of the classroom when a kid gets into the office or like with me or Mr. Maxey in that scenario, maybe Mr. Watts. The goal, however, is to really train our teachers to a level where that can happen within the classroom. So we can have restorative practices in the classroom. But if you've never run a circle before, it is kind of, it's definitely it's a weird position if you're not trained on what you're doing. And so I know some of our teachers wanted some more training in that area. And so we're going to try to give that to them so that they're more prepared for next year and able to kind of run some of those things in the class. And then what doesn't work from that, we'll still run in the office because I deeply believe in restorative practices and think it's a really positive direction for kids as they're, learning in life because that's what they're doing. They're still learning and everybody does things.
Great. That covers us off there. Communication. The communication questions are kind of across the board, but I want to give just a quick update, at least from the foundation side, and then I'll let you guys speak to it as well. We've done a lot of work this year to fully integrate our communications into Edleo, which is our school site. All of the communication that you see now that come, and I'll reemphasize now, we've done a lot of growing throughout the year, originate from the Edleo site that pushes to the foundation Instagram page and to the Facebook page. There are other pages that may have OTA affiliated with them. There's a Parents Helping Parent that I think a lot of folks are familiar with. That is a parent-led Facebook group, and while we do our best to cross-post there to draw attention to items that we post on the foundation's pages, they are not monitored by the foundation. So those are really parent resources that are parent originated. All of the communication that you see from us should both be seen on the website through newsletters and then published out through the Facebook and through our Instagram page. I do know that there have been some legacy school sites that have been linked to the website. We are working with the school to get those taken down. I expect those will be down before next year.
Either down or revived.
Great.
Legacy is a charitable way, but outdated, old, funky links.
You've got a great MC, that's why.
Trying our best. So that I think is the primary goal is to get a consistent source for the information that we're pushing out to the parents. to get the calendar information pushed out early, to get that completed before the year starts, so that all of that information is available to you at the start of the year and everyone can plan accordingly. A few of the other questions that came up were around individual applications that I think are utilized in the classroom.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, consistent communication, the communication expectations from the school and alternative applications.
So we do have, I mean, at the beginning of the year, when I meet with the teachers, I kind of give them expectations for the year, things that they do, everything from putting their learning objectives up to like a weekly communication with families. So that is something that has been in place this year and something that will remain in place next year. My understanding, though, is part of the difficulty was that it was coming from maybe multiple modalities or multiple ways that it was coming instead of like one streamlined process. There is some discrepancy in some grade levels on how that will go, but the newsletters from your teachers should come from Edleo moving forward next year. So that way you're receiving in one area. One of the difficulties with Edleo is you can't give that instant message to the parent to say like, hey, this is going on with your kid, and you can kind of message back with that. So I do think there'll be some other modalities in the year, but we are trying to clamp down on those to make it more streamlined. So there aren't 17 different things that you're looking at for next year.
Okay, and then back to school night.
Back,
Earlier this year.
yeah, back to school night. I think we have slated for the second week of school. I think I can't think my date right now. But that will give small amount of time for the kids to adjust here and then to be able to show off to the parents. That was also wanted by our staff to have it a lot earlier so we could make those connections a lot.
Great, so expect more on that. That does bring us back to field trips. Did we have anything else to say about?
I think we covered field trips.
Do you feel like we covered there?
I don't see anything in there that was that we didn't say.
So when will we find out about which everything there's a bunch of little. There, once again, like there were a lot of questions, so there are a few like uniform complaint policy or the table of contents not lining up with the handbook. That are really kind of onesie twosie. Hey, we're working on that, it's more administrative.
Fix the handbook.
Yeah, yeah, and you'll be looking at that today.
It's brought to the board.
I haven't. Yet.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
There'll be board packets. They should have.
Yeah. Good. So I think those are things that we can expect to see in those updates when they come out is what we're hearing.
Yeah, and I think, when I started in July last year, I think on July 2nd or 3rd, I sent out an email introducing myself and just kind of getting the ball rolling in that department. This year, when we get done with school on Friday, all of next week is nothing but turning all of our focus towards next year. And so then my goal is that early July email from me isn't introducing myself, it's introducing what this school year is going to look like. So everybody has that and is prepared for it. And I would love to have told you I could have done that last year, but I didn't know what the school year was going to look like in July of last year. Like, again, we didn't even have teachers in place. Now we have a lot more vision and direction in what that is. And so I'm excited to share.
Great. We're right on schedule. If you want to open up for.
Yeah, I think the next portion was just to open up for like about 15 minutes of question and answers from our live studio audience.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question on STEM. Is that equal to robotics, or STEM is the overarching umbrella and then robotics is one part of it?
Separate. STEM and robotics are separate.
Oh, great.
They are separate, but robotics falls under the umbrella of STEM. We've just separated them to make sure that they're both being taught. So it's not well, robotics happens in STEM and maybe it's happening in STEM and maybe it's not. We pulled it out in the schedule to say it is happening here and this is also happening there.
Great.
Andressa?
I have two quick ones. I don't remember if I saw this in this year. The school patrol, like the students, they could help like as a community hours for them to help on traffic there. Of course, not doing what the teachers are doing with the radio, but like crossing the streets there and helping here too. So I don't remember if I saw this year or not. So just telling you.
It
that
did
there
not
was
happen this
something.
year. I definitely have fear of liability on that one.
Okay.
So that is something that I've kind of worked with the Aspire Center to possibly have some people, and also, I think Claire put this in as a volunteering thing to help with some of the morning stuff.
The volunteer opportunity is parent.
Correct.
Related.
Yes.
correct, Not student. related.
Yeah, so my hope is that we can have people, but my hope is also that it's not, children.
And the second one was like, in the past, I volunteer on the computer lab. And I saw the kids, especially like in lower grades, they were working on a nitro program and a typing club, where they were learning like properly to type, and they were having like competition between them, like when they are faster, they change levels. And I saw that working very nice for the kids on the computer lab with Mr. Craig. And today I had the chance to meet him here,
Mhm.
and he gave me the names of the program. And because it's not just like the kids working on the computer like daily, like they are, but like knowing properly like how to type, how to use the keyboards. I think it would be something nice to see.
Will you share that? Will you share, what Craig told you with me? Will you,
It's called Nitro program,
Nitro?
Nitro, NITRO.
Nitro.
Yeah, and they have typing
Yeah, I've seen that utilized. in this
and typing club.
Yeah, I thought, I didn't, you're saying it was like at lower grades, like first and second?
Yeah, well, when I was volunteer, it was when Stella was in lower grades.
Yeah,
So-
I've only seen it in the like third and fourth grade level, but.
Yeah,
maybe-
probably, that's when she was there, that's when I volunteered on the lab, the computer lab, but I saw them like trying to make also like a things to print like on a 3D, they were learning how to do the models for that, and it was amazing, so,
3D printing.
yeah. Well, they didn't end up doing the 3D printing, but they were working and learning like how to do the blocks. They were working on a keychain. Then unfortunately came COVID and they couldn't print. But they were working exactly like how to do the 3D model, and it was amazing.
We did get a question about the 3D printer, and if we're gonna use that. My hope is yes. I don't see why we would say no to that, but again, I think it's having that consistent STEM teacher that kind of builds that into the lesson plans, which we didn't have this year. So
We have one here on campus.
we do have a 3D printer here on campus.
Just wondering if teachers come back prior to the first day of school for professional development, not just to set up their classrooms, but to prepare for the students, classroom management for the year.
Yeah, so per the contracts, we actually get, I think it's. I may be a day off here, but I think it's 5 days with returning teachers and 6 days with brand new teachers to our school. And all of that is either professional development or kind of what you're talking about, the planning time to get everything set up for the classroom and stuff like that. So they're here on campus. This past year, we were in this room almost the whole week. In fact, got a little flack from a specific teacher on the fact that I have been in too much professional development. They needed. She raised her hand. She raised her hand. I was calling her out. She raised her hand. Because we had such a new staff and there were so many things that I felt like they needed to be educated on. I held them a lot longer than I would like to. So this next year will be a much better balance of professional development and times of interest.
Oh, go ahead.
Mine's fast. Is there maybe a possibility of getting a different food vendor for the lunch program, because the lunches are not good?
So my response is, I think there's a possibility. I am hesitant to say that's anything that's gonna happen,
You had mentioned at a coffee conference about a previous at Urban Discovery, you said was a good.
yeah, and Sally Davis, the vice president, has kind of headed this project currently and is making some arrangements for us to like try some food and get some quotes for it. My big fear with it lies, we just now, within the last 2 months, maybe got where we needed to get with the government and set up with the lunch program where we're actually getting back from it. And I have a little bit of fear of switching and what that might shift in the system, but we are exploring it. I'm not guaranteeing any direction that we're going there, but I would say it's on the table, but I am definitely hesitant but I'm mostly hesitant because of how long it took us to get on track this year.
And what it means is the expense reimbursement, like actually getting the dollars back.
And it's a much easier process when you go through the district, which is what we're doing. To where we're gonna have to, if we switch, we have to file all brand new paperwork. And they're at about a 3-month delay, we learned 3 to 4 month delay in processing that paperwork. So that could mean that we end up missing out on some of those, that revenue that we're getting back. And recently we discovered that revenue is starting to align with what we thought, but it just now got to that place. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to like ship hard.
So we are investigating.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of hoops
Yeah.
connected with it that don't allow us to make those switches easily.
That was a major point of emphasis in the last board.
Yeah, because it's like, well, we're spending money, they're just dumping the food because they're not eating it. So it's wasteful.
Yeah, I'll be the first to tell you that I'm not a fan of food. Like I'd be the very first to tell you that. I tried doing school lunches for the first time in my entire career, and it lasted about 2 weeks and maybe like 3 Thursdays, because I think nuggets are on Thursday. And it lasted a little bit longer eating those than the other stuff. And I also think to the lunch thing, because I don't think it was mentioned in here, but it is a big issue for us. I do think that we're gonna have a better policy on the check-in system throughout the quarters of who is and who isn't eating. I think Michael Talby had a really great plan for that, and I think that that's something that we've planned for next year and how we're gonna process it. And again, I think there's a lot of areas where things could be improved, but I think this was a learning process. I don't think any of us had any idea what the lunch program was gonna look like. And now we've got our heads in the game and understand how we can improve in those areas.
Yes, there were some specific questions in relation to that I think could tie into that about our utilization of forms in our various school systems, whether it's school meds or our school, that some parents have seen forms utilized, like the lunch items. And they're not sure if we have that might ease some of our burden of getting those forms filed.
I'm sorry, I feel ignorant right now. What's the question? I'm not sure what.
The question is around communications as to whether or not we were going to populate, I think, have some of those forms available online. And
Yeah, so we have a hope to get a bunch of those online, actually got on the website. I think a lot of them process through SchoolNet, because like when you sign at the beginning, there's stuff that you're expected to read and that you're signing off on. But I think a lot of the forms that parents have been trying to find, we've got an office someplace, but they're not easily accessible up in our office up here. So we are trying to have a push to get them online so that they're at least printable. Hopefully, they're also editable and can operate that way. But that's something that we're looking for.
the question at the table.
No, sorry, just pointing out, we got 4 minutes.
My question is there gonna be any changes for drop off where parents can be on the turf in the morning? Because I feel like that brings the community. For example, I honestly do not know any of the elementary school. I met the 2nd grade at the gala and I have to ask for her name. I feel in the morning, parents can talk to each other. If I want something from whoever, any teacher, I'm like, here you go, or whatever. I'm just wondering if that's gonna happen.
Yes,
Thank you.
however, it's gonna be kind of a trial for the beginning, the first month. And this was, the plan originally was we're gonna do it for a month, then we're gonna sort of taper it off. There's been a lot of discussion, negotiation, elbow twisting, whatever you wanna call it. But the intent is to bring it back, but with the intent of, 10 more times. Getting people out of there by 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Not disrupting what the students are doing, not disrupting what the teachers need to do to get ready for the day. It's not a time for a teacher intervention or a time to talk. It's definitely time to say aye and how are things going. But we want to be respectful. So again, kind of tied into that code of conduct and standard of excellence, but bringing the community together. We want everybody there. We want the uniforms to look great. We want people to be following the line. They're driving through and not stopping. We want people to be able to hang out, have a cup of coffee, say hello, and get out of there by 8 o'clock. So we're ready to work.
Thank you.
Just on that, will norms be sent out so people know exactly what?
100%.
Okay,
I think Andrew's had a hand up first. That's okay.
Questions, really? Oh, go. Does that include drop or pickup too,
This what?
letting us back on?
That's the one I really struggled with. Pickup is harder because I want a checkout system where I know where kids are going. And it's a lot more difficult when parents come on and take kids for us to identify that. There was something that was presented to me in conversation that I'm open to and we're working through that I think make it closer to that, which was we would let parents in, but as they were walking out with the kid, there would be a checkout system. I just don't know what the structure of that looks like yet, so I don't want to commit to that until we've kind of had some idea around it. So I'm gonna say maybe, but I will tell you, I'm a lot more cautious at pickup than I am drop off. That's really scary to not know where kids go.
Thank you. Again, I know we are a public school, we cannot force people to give us money, I know that. But I was going to suggest on back to school night, before we all come up to the classrooms. If you cannot do something like this, in the garage for the parents, where the foundation can go, present everything that we do during the year. And really tell the parents that there is an expectation of the parents helping financially the school. So we can
Yeah.
have, what do we have?
Yeah, I expected, we are advocating for a broader presentation for back to school night this year. So that we can present what OTA is as a whole, we can present what the foundation is as a whole. And really help our parents, both existing parents and incoming parents, understand what the OTA K-8 experience is. And I think that's a great point and something that we really took to heart after the last one, and understand that we need to do a better job pushing out the entire vision, so that parents understand what the whole OTA is. Thank you. All right, guys, it is time for our board meeting. Thank you all for your questions. I hope we got to all of them today. If we didn't, please reach out, ask directly. I don't need to make you answer a question, ask a question twice, but we tried to cover everything that we could. Thank you for coming. It was great. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. He's not there. All right, we're good. Everybody.
Double.
Okay. Coming off the heels of a very exciting town hall, there's still some palpable energy in the room. Time to kill that energy. To the board. All right, welcome to the June 5th special board meeting, because we had to reshuffle not once but twice on the scheduling. We still managed to get a quorum. So we're going to start at 6:11-ish. And get into it. First, let's do the pledge of allegiance. Daniel. Oh, maybe Kate, since Kate just walked in, just in time.
Hand over your heart, ready, begin.
Call to order here. Active President Michael Talby here. Chris Chancellor on Zoom.
We don't have anybody on Zoom right now.
I think he had something else going on tonight, actually. It's his daughter's birthday. In poker. Oh, nice. All right, Kate Johnson. Present. Daniel Wang. Present. Dr. Chisada. Over McDougal, not here. Kristen. Walker. Here. Mr. Phillips. Present. Turner. Here. L. Jonah. Way to go, guys. I mean, only 2 days to go. It'd be over a short time. Here. All right. What do we have here? Public comment. Do we have any speaker slips? No, we have a ton of material.
You didn't have
today.
to.
Hopefully the town hall we addressed, but would be some questions. I don't see any speaker slips. I realize Kate just got here, so I want to throw it to the wall. There are no speaker slips. I'm gonna keep moving. Board member comments, correspondence. I would be remiss if I didn't note. We're gonna have a massive change at the next meeting in August. We don't have a meeting in July. We got a lot of OGs that are turning out. They're gonna be gone from the board. We greatly want to recognize their contributions, appreciate their contributions. Talby's looking at his phone like he doesn't know we're talking about for one. But we're losing a bunch of really great folks that have helped this community a lot over the last handful of years. Not just 3 years, I think in your case, you did 6 years, not even when you were a parent, but just because you were helping out. And I think first and foremost, thank you very much. Walker, thank you. Chris, I think you're stepping down as well, but we appreciate your contributions. And then there's just the only folks that are left, Daniel, Kate, and myself, and we appreciate your contributions. We'll try to take them moving forward, and we're really excited about the new blood that we're gonna get on the board as well. Because we got about 5 or 6 new members. So thank you again for your contribution. You'll get your watches, you'll get your tequila shots after. That's a thing. Will be tonight, but it will be. All right, reports and presentations. Student report. Soon to be graduates. Alan Jonah. One of the things that you guys implemented was moving the student reports to the front end. So look.
Yeah, so for next year, the 8th grade representatives representatives on the board will be I2 and Cooper. So yeah. And yeah, overall, I think everybody's really excited for the end of school. At least I know our classes, I think we're really happy that we got Spirit Week. It's something that a lot of the students recommended and asking, so yeah.
No, I don't think so. Graduation is
coming up fast, like, let's say fast, I don't know how many of us can be able to keep it in. I bet we won't.
Well, you got some great leaders. We'll probably say a little bit more at your graduation and there to do a little bit. It's really appreciate everything you guys have done.
Yeah, actually, we wrote speeches, to rub it in a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah, here we go. I'll start. We would like to thank the board and all of OTA, in fact, for what you've done over the years, and especially all the amazing things that have happened this year. It has been really fun this year. It has truly been an honor to participate this year, and we wish the best for coming years. You know, nothing's ever perfect, but obviously all are trying to get as close as we can, and that's really great. Nothing good that has happened this year could have happened without you guys, so yeah, we offer the most heartfelt thanks we can.
My turn. So to start off, I would just like to thank everyone on the board, student reps, and all the other grades. Every single staff member, students, and especially the teachers for everything that we've accomplished this year. On behalf of the students at OTA, we want to thank you for everything you all have done, especially the board this year. I know that it has had its challenges, but together I think we ended up making OTA just a bit better. Personally, I cannot thank everyone enough on the board for the opportunity that was presented to me to be a member this year. It really has taught me so much, and I would just like to say thank you.
I know I'm new to this, but I can't imagine two better people for the board. Maybe Ivy and Cooper, I'm not sure.
great shoes.
Yeah, really appreciate you guys and have loved all the conversations and interactions we've had with you. So thank you guys.
Where are you headed to high school?
Right, we're gonna jump ahead. The financial report, I don't think we have Josh, we have Andrew. Andrew, can you hear us?
Hi, everyone. You,
Yep.
can you guys hear me? Okay? Great. And I'm not sure where the EPA is on this.
And we're having a little bit
Can you
of,
guys hear me okay?
a little bit of a delay. Maybe turn off your camera, that might help. And you try turning off your video.
How about now? Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah.
Great. So really, I'm gonna present off the preliminary budget. And then go from there. So I'll share my screen. Oh, can I get access or it's you should have a pamphlet as well, a piece of paper. I can go through.
Well, we have it physically, you can pull it up, and I can screw up this.
If you want to, that's fine.
Andrew, let's see if we can fumble our way through it here, because we've got printouts. You can just kind of navigate us. I just worry that if you pull it up on the screen, it might get it might start screwing up the audio.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Really, first thing is I'm not sure if it's on the printer is the district format for the preliminary budget on what we're presenting off of. So what we're presenting off of is really just read-only. It has all the same information, but what's being approved is on that district template. Now that is based off of 255 enrolled and 240 AUA. And really, those are the main drivers of the revenue for every school is that ADA. And so it'll just be important, right, as we're proving this preliminary budget, those are the targets that the school want to hit next year in order for really this budget to work and to receive a majority of that revenue that's on there. Now, as you can see, the next two pages are really just broken out. The first page is the revenues, and then the second page is comparing the expenses. So really overall, we're seeing a net increase in revenue, about 458,000 additional revenue. That's because of that ADA, as well as some additional expenses. And that's that difference of 382,000. So what the 23-24 budget is set based off of those increases from the estimated actuals of this year is around $8,231. Net income of $8,231 is what we're expecting next year. And
Andrew, can you say that again really quickly? What was the number again?
Yes. 8,231. And that is for the preliminary budget. Now, the estimated actuals is also on that district template, and that's estimated at around deficit of 67,000. And that should also be on the board packet, the reader-friendly board packet that is provided. So that's the school budget. Are there any questions on that in terms of the preliminary or how we expect to end the year?
Is 94% for the ADA rate just kind of your standard baseline that you use at all schools?
No, it varies. Really, yeah, it varies from school to school.
So does that feel aggressive? Does that feel reasonable? Does that feel conservative? Or other schools at 90 or other schools? I mean, I know it varies by districts, but
It's slightly aggressive.
We've been told the whole time that we've been running at a 90 to a 91. this
Yeah.
year.
But we ran,
But traditionally, we were usually at a 96
Yeah.
to 97.
That's why we cut it in half and used 91 first the number.
is that a reasonable jump, right? So if we run 91% this past year, and the year before we ran 92,
Sure.
maybe, and then suddenly to get up to 94 or 95, from a budget perspective, does that make sense, or would we be better off building in a?
So initially, I wanted to, my thought process, we were building low. I was gonna even go lower than 90, so that way we would build it to like worst, this is more of a worst case scenario type budget. I was convinced to instead, if we put in a lot of the policies that we talked about with attendance, we think we can take that 91, raise it on an average, and so that's where we got to 94. So I would definitely call it aggressive, or at least slightly aggressive, but that's how we build it out.
so this year we ended 91.
We still have annual to
Yeah.
do, but at the P2, we were at 91, almost 92.
Yeah,
but
91,
a little over 95.
91 is like 232. So 7 is different. This is what we do 7,000 times 2 or 10,000? 12, so 84,000.
11 or 12, yeah.
84,000 swing, so we'd be upside down by 70 grand.
On a side note of this, which Andrew, this isn't in the budget, we did just kind of identify how much we think we're going to be getting from lunches on average now. And we have budgeted to get, I think, 30,000 back in revenue, which the actual number should be somewhere between 70 and 90. So we didn't put that into the budget because we wanted to make sure it came through next year. So there are those lingering numbers that we think will improve it.
I'm sorry, you say 70 to 90?
So
We
about
stick with our existing lunch program and we kind of got.
correct, roughly 30 to 40,000 more is what we're thinking is gonna happen.
What is, one thing I noticed on here is line 5100. Subservices and agreements at $50,000 that wasn't in for this year, at least now, do you know what that is? Andrew, or is Evan?
My guess is it's
That is
I just went blank. What's the name of our subservice?
Scoots usually under something else.
Oh, so it's not
That's
school.
overcheck.
Subservices as in getting substitute teachers?
Um,
No, but that's
So
why,
that's for the
that's what I
after
interpreted.
school.
Oh, that's the ELAB.
Oh, that's the ELOP for after school program.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks, Andrew.
We have corresponding revenue on that though, right?
Yes.
The 50,000 is. We also get that all back in revenue or is it percentage?
We get it all back.
It's 1 to 1.
Thank you.
So are we setting ourselves up to perform to the budget with the 94 or? I mean.
I think we can,
fundamentals of the budget.
Yeah,
I don't see it.
for sure. I definitely, like I said, I definitely think this is slightly aggressive, but I do think with the things that we're trying to put in place next year, I think it's very achievable. I have no issue changing that number. Like I said, my initial plan was to go lower than what I thought we were gonna be at, so we could plan accordingly.
I think with what we're seeing over this past year, and we've been told multiple times, every time we question enrollment, that this is a trending lower across the system. That being aggressive on our ADA is probably not the most advisable, I don't think.
What's the pushback with pushing it back to 91 or
Or
92?
92 or 93 even. Just optics, probably, right?
It's, yeah, probably more optics, more what we're gonna be passing and sending to the district at this point, as far as I'm thinking. We're, you know, within the last month, I think we've closed the gap. I think we were last month, 160 in the hole for the plan for next year, so.
And now we're at positive 8,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
With a couple other things coming down the pipe.
Yeah.
I think the problem is, and I think Kate's point is dead on. We have seen the decline not only in enrollment over the last 2 years, but also in ADA. And so we've got targets to get enrollment up again, and I don't know that those are unaggressive. And then for us to turn around and also be aggressive in the ADA, we now have a double whammy potential for the budget and someone else sitting in these chairs. And there's a lot of new people coming.
Sure.
I'm not sure we want to leave them with, holy crap, we didn't see, how did they not see this coming? That they planned on 255 enrollment, but they're really at 248.
Sure.
And ADA instead of 94 is 92. You know, so then we got $100,000 hole that we probably could have foreseen. And we may be better off building a little more realistic budget outlook with good news, knowing that there's some good news coming, and give them the opportunity to feather that in as opposed to us leaving them with an optimistic outlook.
I'm good with whatever in this department. I worked off the numbers that we kind of established to start with and tried to work the budget accordingly. So, you know, whatever you guys feel, I'm open to all that stuff. It's not a problem.
Do we bake in the food grant or food reimbursement?
I would prefer not to do that until we really know what the grant looks like. I would rather be pleasantly surprised that it's got that things than find out we go through another cycle like we did this year where all of a sudden they're inconsistent and we're trying to figure out what that issue is. I don't think that's gonna be the case, or I wouldn't have mentioned it, but I also would rather put it out part safe.
Is there any negativity with submitting it to the powers that be with the negative number?
We did it last year.
I know, but
I think there's lots of questions that come with it, for sure. I don't know, I don't wanna say they're necessarily negative, but I think anytime we give anything to the powers that be, it creates opportunity for them to question.
But the charter renewal is not up for a while.
25.
Right. And so we've got a couple of years. It's not like we're springing bad news on a year that we're going for charter renewal.
Sure.
And we certainly can be, you know, the conversation around it can be, we are pulling a little more conservative because we don't want to have any surprises.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's a heck of a lot easier conversation to have at the front of the year than at the end of the year going, holy crap, we lost $100,000 and we said we were going to make 8.
Yeah.
And we don't have we didn't increase spending all that much.
Well, and just a side note to that, there's still, I shared in the email, there's still $110,000 worth of grants that we could tap into for the next year that I have reserved for the following year, so that we're not tapping into all of our grant. So I mean, even from that standpoint, we have that sort of stuff.
I thought that was what was pulling us towards a positive number
It's
here.
different grants.
No, different grants. There's a whole nother, there's 2 grants that equal, I think it's like 110 or a little over. That are still sitting there that can be used for a lot of this stuff. And I didn't tap into those because my hope was to preserve them for next year, so.
Not the ones that you emailed us. Or the ones that you did email us.
I'm so sorry, I don't remember exactly what was in the email, but I thought I emailed you the grants that I pulled for this and also shared with you that there was 110 that I wasn't touching currently. I'm glad you could go back over that.
We have a lot of good news on the sideline of what you're saying. The problem is we've also built in some assumed good news.
Agreed.
And so now suddenly we're gonna have to cap that just to make it look even.
I would prefer not to tap it still.
Right.
I would rather go,
And see where the
give
chips.
give a
start falling.
negative, yeah, because we can always add it at the end of the year. If we get at the end of the year, like technically we could tap into those grants this year, to cover this.
Right.
$65,000.
And look, I admittedly, I was not on the last meeting where I think this was, you guys walked through this. I did have some technical difficulties, but I know our treasurer was on there and he's not on tonight, unfortunately. But Andrew or Devin, can we change those numbers to say, instead of 94, I don't know about you, I'd probably be okay at 93% ADA instead of 94, and then instead of 255 enrollment, do you go to 250, 251 just from a numbers perspective, or is that too conservative? Is that more realistic to where you think things are gonna be?
I mean, Michael, if I'm being honest, I think you probably got more experience at looking at this than I do. So like, I can give you my answers, but yours are probably more valuable at this point because you got a little bit more experience in them.
I've forgotten it all. It's my last night.
So, I mean, I think the value in decreasing it is that I think it's probably likely that, you know, from what we're seeing, that we're gonna have to really push to get to 94. So I
Right.
think that decreasing it is not a bad thing.
At the very least, could we move one of the numbers?
Yeah, I would recommend adjusting both.
Right, I would recommend adjusting at least one of the levers, because to your point, Zach, I think doing both could be optically a problem as well,
Well, it's definitely gonna shift things hard.
for sure. But if you take ADA and move it to 93, or you take an expected enrollment and move it down to 248 or whatever, I don't know, it's 6 of one, half dozen the other, more than likely, right?
Yeah, there's some math.
Yeah,
in it.
just a note on that, I think since the enrollment is such a lower, it moves, if it was from 255 to 248, I don't know if that would actually change any of the revenue, just because it's mainly funded off, if not all of it, funded off ADA. So that's just something to be aware of as well.
But as an ADA, so if I have 250 or I have 240 and the ADA is 93, you're getting less money.
Yeah, I guess that percentage, but the ADA, the percentage wouldn't change, yes, sorry.
No,
But
the percentage wouldn't
number-
change.
the number-
Yes, exactly.
So the ADA would.
Yeah,
The ADA would go down as a result as well. It would have to.
right.
So is this actionable? Can we do it right now?
We have to, because we gotta approve the budget tonight.
Let's do it.
Which one do we know the answer for? Presumably enrollment. Like we'll know enrollment before.
Yeah, we're gonna know what our enrollment is before we know P1 or P2 on what our.
So between those two, I recommend pulling 88 back, because we don't have, we won't know the day done in the year, right?
Yeah, it makes the most sense to me to pull back the ADA to 93 or 92.
And there are things we can do to influence ADA, right?
That's what I'm saying. Those are areas where I think we can influence a little bit more than like, you know, how many kids stay in our seats on day one.
And honestly, look, your optimism on ADA probably isn't unfounded, given we're another year removed from COVID fears, where, you know, there's a lot of things that have changed in the school that we're starting to see things tick up, and kids are coming more often, right? So I think there's a lot of optimism there, but I think building too much optimism into the budget could create problems for the next board.
Yeah, no, again, I'm not a barrier here. I'm perfectly fine with us shifting it. Really, I think it's just the number of ADA you want to shift it to. Do you want to shift it to 93%? Do you want to shift it to 92%? Do you want to go like low ball to 89%? Because like, you know, I mean, that's gonna drastically change it as. we
Yeah, I
decide,
don't
but
know
think
why
that
you
becomes the
go
question.
below
I don't think
the
we need
bottom
to.
of where we were.
But I think that we've been consistently 90-91, and so
No, we were up to 92.
91.8, but we've been consistent, I mean, all year long.
Right. Well, no, we've been climbing.
92 is a fair push. It's not too much, it's not too little. We are coming off of COVID. We are coming back from like parents and families kind of recovering from COVID and taking like those random days off and keeping the kids home for, you know, random sickness, and they are starting to consistently come. So I don't think it's too far off.
Is 93 too aggressive? I mean, I think 94, everybody is, or anybody who's spoken seems to be comfortable with.
I think, so 93, 92, I mean, the truth is, I think we're trying to implement some things that are gonna like change that a little bit, so I do expect an increase of some kind, whether it's 0 or 0.2% that gets us to 92, or 1% that gets us close to 93, like, I don't know what that looks like, and I haven't toyed with it enough.
Yeah, that's kind of where we've been this year. It's a little bit more conservative and hopefully we be.
And it is a trend throughout the districts too, that you're seeing like the push for attendance policies and having your kid in class. Like if you have kids in Sunday Unified, I'm sure you've gotten those letters and you've gotten like why it's important for kids to go to school. So they are also doing that attendance push. They've implemented it this year. And so that's what we're hoping to do like next year to bring those numbers up. Because the ADA is just, it's fallen everywhere significantly.
Yeah, and I think, you know, to kind of go back to town hall kind of comment was, we didn't have those things in place. We were struggling to get other things up in place, and then it was like, oh, we got to address this, but it was almost too late to kind of jump and make a difference. We're coming into next year. I think we're prepared for that. We won't be just like.
This is a procedural question. We're trying to approve the budget tonight. Do we need to do closed session discussions about it before we're gonna be in a position to be able to approve that?
I think, I'm not sure. I believe that you can approve it by saying, instead of having 94% be our ADA, we'd like it to be 92%. That automatically shifts the numbers in whatever direction, you know, that it's gonna go. Then the question is there any, you know, toying that we still want to do with it afterwards? And then it becomes, we may have to take another vote. But I think if we voted at 92, we can still submit that to the district at the 92% and not have to change anything here per se in the meeting.
Andrew, do you have you plugged in the 92%?
So, yeah, I'm reaching out internally, just because, right, this budget is based off of 94%, right? And so, you know, I'm not sure, you know, since this is different, I'm not sure if you voted to approve this, that it would be at 92, if that makes sense. So I don't know if we might either need to have another board meeting.
No, Andrew, if you just make the change and
Make
then,
the change, and then when we go to vote on it, present those changes.
right, you just know that what the financial changes are, and then we can vote on that. You just need to plug the number in and then give us the information.
I see. Yeah, I can do that now.
The other option why he's doing that would be to approve this in its state and then come back in August and switch out whatever percentage we have, so something gets to the district and then we can replace it.
I appreciate you, and I will tell you right now, if we take it to a vote, I'm gonna be a no.
Yep, I'm just sharing.
I
other
know I won't
options.
be alone. So
I was just
if
sharing
you wanna
the
pass a budget, we need to make the change.
No, I'm good with that. I was just saying that is another option on how we could go about it.
Okay, so Andrew's gonna do his magic in the background. Do we have any other questions, comments?
It's echoing what you were trying to say. I think you weren't necessarily only talking about the percentage points, but the other discussion points that we.
Correct.
There may be other
Yes,
discussion. we need to take.
there are other changes we need to discuss, but that has to happen because of,
I understand,
Second close.
but then we can't necessarily.
well, that may be an amendment that we'll have to make, or we can revote at the end and then go back and say, hey, Andrew, we need to make those changes, and this is what we approved. We can vote right coming out of close.
Or we can do an extra board meeting to make sure. that-
Absolutely not.
No, gotta go Thursday night, right? We're gonna schedule it.
I'll be out of the country, sorry.
Okay, all right, at least in the interim though, you're gonna adjust the ADA to reflect 92 or the ADA rate to 92%, and then hopefully show us. Spreadsheet and the computer will work and we can see what it looks like. Maybe you can email it to Natalie if you're quick, then we can pull it up here.
Yeah, or you can, just doing the math. Based on, so 92% of 255. That comes out to 234.6. And I don't know if you have your calculators out, that would come out to $2,547,461. And so the difference is about 55,000. 55,000, and that net deficit would be that net deficit would be 47,000. So that would be the instead of a net income of $8,231, you would have a net deficit of around $47,000. It might be a little bit more than that because there's other revenues as well, such as lottery, I believe, that's also calculated off of ADA. So 47 to around $50,000 deficit.
Thank you. It's helpful. Any other questions on budget?
Andrew, are you gonna email that to Natalie?
Yes, I would need time to get, those exact numbers on what it is, just because it does change. But I can email it during this meeting. I'm not sure if there's a way we could come back to that.
Yeah, we need to come back and vote on it anyway. So then that's at the end of the agenda, so we'll buy some time for you. What about the EPA plan?
So that's tied into the LCFF revenue. So if you look at the EPA, I'll send a new one off to Natalie with the updated number. But really what that is stating that those EPA funds are going to only be used on certified teacher salaries and thus only for instructional. That's the key line. They're non-administrative expenses. So last year we approved this as well, and the school is approximately going to receive around 42,000 for 22-23 in EPA funding, and those are going to be spent exclusively on certified teacher salaries. And so same with this year, and this is just approving that the EPA funds will be used for certified teacher salaries. I'll go ahead and send that updated to Natalie as well.
Great, thank you. We keep things rolling unless anybody has any questions for Andrew. All right, hearing nothing, we're gonna move on to the teacher liaison report. Turner.
Yes, so I have something that goes along with the LCAP that we voted on last week or last month. It's the sheet looks like this. It's called the dashboard level performance indicator. So everybody wants to go to their group stack of papers. Yeah. It's not nearly as long as the LCAP, but what this is on the California school dashboard. Each school provides to the state their measurements on LCFF priorities 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. Those are outlined on page 1 and 2. A lot of schools forget to do this, but it is important because if it doesn't show up on the California school dashboard, that is a negative for the school. We have had in years past. Last year was the first time we had done it in, I want to say, like 4 years.
But if you go to the third page, it starts right there. It touches on number of teachers, assigned teachers, total vacant teacher positions, and we have luckily we have done well in that. We don't have any percentages there, so those are all zeros. Moving on to the next page, the scoring for these, and this was drafted by me, and then I sat down with Devin and we went over all of the scoring here. And we tended to be conservative with our number scale 1 through 5, 1 being exploration and research phase, and 5 being full implementation. I don't think we put down any 5s. We kind of lived in the 3 range with a few 4s. Going through the first question was rate the LEA's progress in providing professional learning for teaching. All the way through, if you guys want, I don't know if you want me to read all of them. What our score was. Would anyone like me to go through all of them? How do you feel about that? I can say in general.
Highlights.
Yeah, I mean, if you look over a couple more pages, rate LEA success in engaging in the following activities with teachers and school administrators during the prior school year. For identifying the professional learning needs of groups and teachers or staff as a whole, we put 4. So that's an example of one where we thought we had done a little bit better in the full implementation stage. But as I mentioned, in general, we stayed around the initial implementation. This is kind of going along with the town hall meeting. This year was, getting used to things, the changes, and then next year when we fill this out, hopefully we can confidently say we're more in the 4 to 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, I was probably reading when you said this. Who came up with the numbers and how are these measured?
It's a self-rating.
It's a self-rating, yeah, it's not given by, it was a rating that Devin and I sat down and did it together. I drafted it and then I scheduled a meeting, we sat down for an hour or so and through everything. And weighed all of, and like I said, I think we were very fair with our rating, but it is something that the LEA at every school does, and it's self-rated, so it's not being, if you wanted to, you could put all 5s, but that's not going to be realistic. And we tried to be really realistic with what we were submitting on the dashboard.
So not to pick fights.
Yeah,
But I don't see a 2 on here. Right, so if I'm self-rating myself, and I think real highly of myself, if you guys haven't noticed. I'm self-rating myself, I always find things that I'm gonna rate myself a 2 on, right? There's things I can always do better on. And so I don't see a lot of, so I wondered, like, from the self-reflection standpoint, there's a lot more 4s than I would have expected, especially given the year.
But if 3 is considered initial implementation. So this is just saying like, we've just got something started. We haven't developed it yet whatsoever. That's what a 3 is.
there was no need for 2s because we
Because you started
meeting all of
30,
So it's not about a performance, this is about a 3 means I've started doing something.
it's where we're at in the stage of it.
If we weren't doing anything, we definitely would have put it 2, but if you look through all of these, we can confidently say we are doing, or at least initially implementing everything, so there wasn't.
And any 4 is not
Three's
saying
pretty
that,
low, to be honest.
and 4 is not saying I'm really great in this, or I'm even above average in this. It just means we are doing this.
It's
Doesn't matter how good you're doing it.
it's
It's
just
that
fully
you're doing-
implemented. Doesn't mean we're doing it great. Doesn't mean
No,
we're doing
it's
it
not,
bad.
this is not a actual rating. This is
Correct.
I have this thing, and I've put it in.
Yep.
So like our use of Edleo, for example,
Is
we're using it we're
it's
using it.
technically a 4, right?
Even-
It's
Even
fully
though we're
implemented.
not actually using all the stuff.
Correct.
It's implemented.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Going forward, is that annual thing?
It's done every year, we do it, it goes along with, and it needs to be approved by the board, along with the LCAP, and it's done. Sometimes it's done during the same meeting, but
Is going forward, do you expect it to be done by the teachers or the elected serving, or is it something that will be?
I think moving forward, and I touched on this with the LCAP, it could be more of a collaborative effort. We can definitely do some better. I would rate ourselves as 2 or 3 in the collaborative part of this whole process instead of just being. That we definitely get
all educational partners involved, in this process.
Okay, maybe that's really good next time, but yeah, right now it's like different set of people, everything that. Much more.
Sure, yeah, it's, I mean, it's subjective to,
Definitely.
understood,
We voting on this later?
yes.
Yeah,
Will we rolling out that this is done or? Are we
to submit it, right?
Yes, I need it to be approved by the board to submit it.
Could we agree, like, are we going to agree with these numbers? Is that the?
Agree with the numbers, agree with the Andrews commentary put in for some of the later questions.
Okay.
So theoretically, next year, there should be a lot more fours, just because we've gone from initial implementation to full implementation, and then if we're doing it right, the year after, it starts to be fives, not because we're doing it excellently, but because it's fully implemented and established.
Correct.
Any other questions? Turner, no, okay, Turner, anything else?
No, I got a good turnout for town hall meetings, so we the teachers are the support of all of the I guess moving forward, and we're looking forward to next year. Improving some of these areas that were touched on by the parents. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Office Administrator's report, Natalie.
I just have some new enrollment numbers, as of today. So starting with kindergarten, we have 17 new students coming in, with 4 of our TKs coming into kindergarten. And then 1 possible retention. So that gives us 22 students. In first grade, we have 9 new students and 19 returning students for 28. Second grade, we have 9 new students and 20 returning for 29. In third, we have 1 new student and 29 returning for 30. In fourth, we have 7 new students and 21 returning for 28. And fifth, we have 3 incoming and 23 returning for 29. Sixth, we have 10 new students and 20 returning for 30. In seventh, we have 5 new and 23 returning for 28. In eighth, we have 5 incoming and 19 returning for 24, which gives us a total of 248. And then we have offers out in all the classes that have openings as of today. And the current wait list, we still have wait lists in most of our grades. In kinder, we actually, with the offers that went out today, we don't have any kinders on our wait list.
How many offers went out? Sorry.
What is that, 8 in November? So we have offers to fill the spots in all of the grade levels,
And then it's exhausted.
and then it's exhausted.
Okay.
In first, we have 4 on our wait list. In second, we have 7. In 3, we have 19. In 4, we have 7. In 5, we have 12. In 6, we have 15. In 7, we have 7. And 8, we have 0. So kinder and 8 are the only lists that we have exhausted the wait list.
And so in second, fourth, fifth, and seventh, those offers are out for those spots.
Correct.
And that is not taken away from the wait list that you're giving us now. So
Correct.
for
So the
example,
offers today are not included in these wait lists.
right, so fourth grade has 28 students, there's 7 on the wait list, but truly there's 5 and 2 offers are out.
No, we have 2 offers out and there's still 7
That's
on
what
our
I'm trying to
wait list. Yeah.
understand. So the wait lists are minus the offers that went out today.
Correct.
Any other questions for now?
These numbers changed from last month from re-enrollment. Right? So take second grade, for example, right? Didn't we have a bigger number returning last month in the report? Now suddenly we don't?
We might have, yeah.
Are we having kids disenroll or they're calling us and saying we're not coming back?
Correct.
How many have we had of them?
I don't have that number with me.
Maybe we should change it to 255.
So that's what I'm saying, because this is total of 248 right now.
Do we know what's driving this sudden change? Because the people re-enrolled, right? They took the time to fill out the paperwork. And they signed up, and then last month we did a board report that says, hey, yeah, 100% of this grade is returning, 98% of this, and then suddenly now we've got 30% of them saying deuces, I'm out. What's changed?
They
So the
put into,
second graders are this current year's first graders. So there's only, I believe, 21 in first grade right now. So the number itself is low.
but still. What we had is people who kept a spot for their OTA and then explored other options and now are leaving.
They've gotten their choice results, they've gotten their private school results. They've got military orders.
I don't have an answer for you, Michael, as far as what's changed. I think it's that vast of things that was just kind of addressed.
Doesn't that kind of happen every year a little to some degree?
Yeah.
I think you might agree that this is like more than normal though.
At the start of this year, for sure. We lost a lot of families and then it's kind of been steady all year. At the beginning, I think we only had 10 confirmed families that were not returning. And then since then, we've had a couple here and there, not like a vast movement.
Well, these.
So, Natalie, I just sent over to you the updated budget and numbers based off of 92% ADA. Were you hoping to do that later, or would you want to
Do you want to print a few of
have that
them?
reviewed now?
So we have them.
Here's a question. Sorry to screw you up, Andrew. If we go to 248 and say that's our max. And we do 92% off of that, then we're at 228. Which translates to another 32 grand, so then we'd be in the hole by about 87,000. Instead of 55. I don't, still not saying we make that change, just to understand if we kind of rip off the Band-Aid, hey. Right now, if we max out and we return all these people that are on our wait list, it's a 248, not 255, and we're at 92% of that. We're looking at, 87-ish grand in the hole. Which. Again, hopefully it's. Nobody likes turning a negative budget. Nobody likes turning a budget that just keeps getting worse. But the idea is we're being super conservative, hopefully, maybe realistic, and we have the ability to pull some levers to get that back closer to zero. I don't know. I mean, are you guys wanting to be more conservative, or we feel like 92% was enough and we can get another 7 kids and keep them?
I think
You probably go to 93% and take 7 kids out. I mean, it's 6 1, half dozen the other.
I think we have to be
But-
realistic.
Right.
This has been working on this,
Right.
Diligently since the lottery and since everything, this is where we're at right now.
Right, and we did marketing efforts, and if we're at 248. Today, us getting at 255 seems like
If we do
pipe dream today.
If we do 248 at 93%, we're at 230. 2-person difference,
You're not on.
so that's like 16 grand. So going from 55 to 70.
Right.
Which. It is what it is.
But why put them in? Why not?
Exactly.
40 years and that's the number.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to give us the range of like, if we're at 8,000, if we leave it at 55, if we take the sheet that was just sent over, and we're at 87, if we say 248 at 92%. And I agree with you guys. I think we want to reflect where we are, and then we can beat it. Andrew, we heard you furiously typing in the background. I hate to immediately make you redo that.
No worries. So is the plan 248 or 255?
Can we just get another, so you sent one scenario to Natalie, we have that, that's great. Can we have one more that's 248 and 92%?
Yeah, I can do that.
Andrew, a quick question. So on the number that on the 255 and 92, did the estimate you gave before, is that still right? 55K in the whole?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So I think the new number is a deficit of $52,598.
Okay, that's on 255.
Yes, that's 255 with the 92% ADA. So that comes around to about 235. But I can run it again for 248 at 92% and then send that over.
Thank you.
I'll send it out. Okay.
All right, any other
Do you
questions?
want both examples? Printed?
I think so.
No, we don't have enough documents, so. we should have it.
What's it? Does she need to print them or can she just email them to us as a board?
I can print them.
Yeah, just forward it. Yeah.
Then we don't have
Sort
to
of.
have the paper, we don't have a way to review it that way.
Okay, any other questions for Natalie? Natalie?
For going forward, can we make a request to like basically have that table like, track the delta month to month for next year?
A table of it?
Yeah, and then just also like track the changes from month to month. I think we don't, because we always talk about it.
There's a spreadsheet we populate it every month.
Yeah. I've been doing it in the notes.
Yeah,
It's kind of
I mean, I think we were.
laborious.
Okay, thank you. Good point, Daniel. We are on to IT report. I don't think we're doing an IT report. Christian is out. Real estate advisory panel update, Walker District Swan Song.
Yes.
Still gonna be
Play the music. No, I
real
mean,
estate.
while it's my last board meeting, I'll still advise, I'll still attend the Collier's monthly meetings with San Diego Unified School District and, I reached out to, and not to go too sidebar but at the gala last month, which first of all, gave me a sense of how awesome the younger parents are, the parents with the younger kids at this school. And when I was also there, I met Tracy Beal too, and twisted her arm ever so gently. And so she's actually going to sit in on the next real estate meeting next week. So whether she knows it or not, I think she's getting pulled in multiple directions, but at least.
Where?
Okay. At least to have another person who knows real estate in the room. Since I started in November of 2020, so a little over 2.5 years, we've identified 108 sites ranging from all different classes of commercial buildings, churches, business centers, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of near misses. Where it stands right now is we've got 4 prospects that we're looking at. In prospects, it ranges in from we need everything to break our way to one that I feel better than okay about. And that's in the Point Loma area. Just in general about it, I won't go through the whole list of them. There's the way that we found prospects, and this is working with Colliers and their professional services, and also working with some of the board members, some people in the community that reach out and they drive by a place, or they're somehow connected in the real estate industry and there's pocket listings, or there's other opportunities to a place coming online, commercial real estate, that, if you're in the industry or not. So I guess it's a long-winded way of me saying that while I've been spearheading it, every time I get a recommendation from Bob or Zach or Talby or whomever, we pursue it, and I pursue it, and Colliers pursues it. And there's an overlay map that is daunting, but it only takes one. So Tracy joining, or at least joining for the meeting is a good thing, and I'll continue to pursue. Obviously, we know how vital it is for the future of OTA, and from a morale boosting standpoint, from a budget boosting standpoint. So, you know, we've also identified the opportunity to look beyond Old Town, because it's choice land, and there's not a lot of it with that size of parcels that's available. So again, I've got the spreadsheet, I've got the map with credentials that demonstrates all the overlays that I'm happy to share with people. I'm happy to get their feedback on it as well. But again, while I won't be on the board, I'll have to still be pursuing it, and then being a liaison to Zach and all the other board members that are still here.
We'll add your slot into the collective volunteer list so that there's a spot for you. We'll make sure you've got
And
a.
I will be here at the playground before just having my coffee.
Great.
talking as well.
Outstanding.
It's the peanut gallery. All right. Thank you, Walker. Really was hoping you were gonna go into the grand gesture and deliver some property in your last meeting, but so close. Okay, board discussion, the topic here is board elections, hat in hand. It's been a little bit of a cluster, so sorry for that. We had a transition that was not as smooth as we were hoping for, and then we got everything done, except then we didn't, because then we didn't have the right form up and running. So we worked through that. As a result of that, we sent a couple of communications today, basically just saying we're extending it by 20 or by 48 hours to Wednesday at noon. And then we're gonna open up the ballots. I know this is the last week of school, then everybody's gonna go off and do what they're doing for the summer. So we gotta get the votes in by the end of this week. So we'll have the election buddy, I think is the form, and Daniel, you're on it. So Daniel's gonna be running that process and making sure that we get all those votes tallied, and we will send the results out Friday afternoon, and then we're gonna start reaching out to the fresh meat, new board members and bring them in and get them on board. And there won't be a meeting in July. There will be more information to come. Once we get those tallies, it'll all be sent out, so you can see exactly how it shakes out. I think we've got 6 or 7 folks at least right now. And it's, you know, we need a lot of positive momentum. That's great. And we're excited to get them on board, and then we'll do our first meeting in August, but more information to come. And again, sorry for kind of the stumble over the last week or so for getting under out. Any questions on that? Nope. Okay. Parent Foundation report. Claire.
So our foundation meeting is actually tomorrow, so we don't have a new report for you today. I will just share a couple of highlights. The gala, we're still wrapping up financials on that, but I believe our income on that is gonna be in the mid-50s, so around 54, 55 looks like where our total is gonna end up. So very happy with that. The foundation meeting is tomorrow, if anyone would like to attend, and we will be finalizing the calendar, the events calendar for the year, and the foundation budget. I would just like to make one ask before you get to the next agenda item on the student and parent handbook. I know I commented quickly on it earlier, but the foundation did request a copy of this before we published it, and I have notes.
You have
So
notes? You
I have
comments?
notes,
Okay, so you have comments on it
I
before
do.
it becomes the, okay.
please. Thanks.
Anything else you wanted to touch on? No? Any questions for Claire? I would like to say, we had a meeting since the gala.
No,
It was great.
I think.
Very, very well run, a really fun night, new venue, and Walker said it earlier, a chance to get all the families together. It felt like the OTA that we knew before.
Yeah.
Going out, making some bad decisions with some different parents. But it was great. We need that. We need to build some community. And it was really heartening to see younger families that are super cool, that are leaning in and excited to get involved. And I just, you know, the gala always ends up being, oh, the gala, you gotta get all dressed up, and then you go, and it was great time.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. for doing
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
Del and Tracy did an amazing job. They really pulled off an event that really did feel like a big coming together. April 19th next year, put it on your calendars. And Grandparents' Day, same day, Friday, it's a minimum day.
Oh,
April
Parents in
19th,
town, you
write
have
it
no
down.
childcare worries. Let's go.
All right, thank you very much, Foundation, great work. I am going to switch gears, principal report. Devin.
Sorry, I apparently didn't have the papers. All right, so first thing, I kind of always touch on this, is just building repairs. Elevator, I do have a meeting, coming up with, Kone to, kind of finalize the process. I finally got word from them that they will start on the elevator, the last week of June, I think is their start date. So I'm gonna meet with them and we're actually gonna get the dates down. But it should be up and running by day one, which I guess is the good news, about the elevators. Other repairs, there haven't been a lot of other repairs. There haven't been a lot of things breaking down recently, which have been a good thing. We put about $22,000 into stuff outside of restrooms and big purchases that we had to kind of get things updated around here. It seems like that's been a positive. The things that are kind of still lingering clearly are privacy fence. Somebody took some of our privacy fence and we've cut some of our privacy fence, so we're working on getting that back up and fixed. And then still waiting on the backstop. That one's still with the contractor. And I've talked to him a couple times, but I think that sounds like it's going to be a summer project as well. So just wanted to kind of share that stuff.
And the turf.
The turf is being handled by the leasing company because they did the trench digging and it never kind of got back up to the state that it was in. They have agreed that they're going to come out and fix it. It's also happening over the summer. I believe it is happening the week after teachers are here. So about 3 weeks from now, like not this week, not the following week after that, I think is when they're coming to do the turf.
Is that fix it or replace it?
Replace it completely is my understanding. That's what we've talked about at this point, so in that front, new turf, new operating elevator, lots of good things coming into the year as far as our building stuff. And then working with the fence and getting the privacy fence set up. Also, this isn't a thing on my thing, so I'm just going to say it as a statement. Just want to make sure everybody here on the board's aware. 8th grade graduation is Wednesday night at Immaculate Conception of Church. There will be reserved seats for school board members. Just want to make sure everybody knows that and hopefully is present. No, that's not on my list, but I thought
What about people who are no longer board members?
you're still technically a board member until July 1, sir. So you are considered a board member. Just because you think you've gotten through your last meeting doesn't mean doesn't change it.
Can I heckle the speakers?
Some of them, if they're on the school board, unless they're the executive director, you absolutely can.
They are unflappable.
The next thing I have on the docket is resolution 2001, which is a resolution adopting multiple policies. All these policies are over here. It is a lot. They have run through our lawyers. They were recommendations by our lawyers or the district that needed to update in our policies. There were so many of them that we decided to do a resolution in its place. So this is the resolution. It covers policies, the donation policy, admissions policy, student suspension and expulsion policy, our suicide prevention policy, non-discrimination statement, education for foster and mobile youth policy, education for homeless children, youth policy, educational records and student information policy, and student freedom of speech and expression policy, Title IX harassment, intimidation, discrimination, and bullying policy, and then special ed policy and 504 policy, procedures and parent rights. All of these were things that either A, didn't comply with the law that was in place, so we updated them through our lawyers, or B, the district came in and there was a lot of crossover on those two things. And then the district said like, hey, your policy isn't what it needs to be. So we updated these quickly to try to get them updated, but instead of going through each one, we turned it into a resolution. So
Except for we're gonna have to vote on the resolution. So is there, like, for example, we just did the suicide prevention policy. So what was an update on that?
man, I would have to go through it individually and kind of go through it. A lot of them were just like, again, minor updates that just needed like language changes, or we didn't have a part of the policy. I think in the suicide prevention policy, we didn't have a section that needed to be added, and I think that was like something again that came up as a new law recently. And so again, we have Kathleen Shaw, who kind of helps me in the policy department. She worked with our lawyers to make sure that they were updated properly.
Several of these, I noticed that the name, the title was changed from principal executive director to simply executive director on the updates when I was on them on the website.
I didn't even know that, so I apologize. If anything I didn't know.
So is,
They should say, I mean,
it should say principal executive. director.
in executive director, yeah, for sure.
So can we make those edits?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was, I didn't even know.
When did we get all of these? When did you guys get all of these? Not we, the board?
The policy updates. Yeah, maybe Thursday or Friday of last week. I think. Friday.
So can I ask a question, not to poke a bear, but they're known to? Is there a reason we didn't get these until a couple hours before the board meeting so we could review?
There's not a reason. I don't have an answer to that question. We get, I think we got them in on Friday. We put the resolution together. And kind of, I thought some of those things have been pushed out.
And I think one of the problems is you're asking us to vote on a lot of things, there's a lot of changes that we don't know about. Do these have to be done this month, or can we give them to the new board members to review and take a look and see if they have any policy questions they may want to have?
These are like kind of the conversations you were in on when the district said there, I mean.
Some of it for sure.
Yeah.
Some of it, I look at, like, I'm just reading through this. I'm like, oh yeah, we talked about the board meeting. There's other things like,
Yeah,
Never
no,
before.
I don't have any issue with that. The goal is to get them on before we start next school
do
year.
you care if it gets punted to the next? Because look, there's a lot of changes in here.
This is
It's hazing our new member.
I kind of, not gonna lie.
We don't have to have it done tonight. I'm totally fine with that. And actually, as much as I like hazing new people, it is a good way to get up to speed quickly on things. Although it's not a very fun way to get up to speed.
regardless of new members or anything, just as even an existing member, this is a lot of information to then say blanket approval on without
Especially coming out
2 hours.
a couple hours before. This has got to go out 2, 3, 4 days and preferably a week if you can. Because there's a lot to digest, and especially given that this is a volunteer board that
For
they
sure.
need to find time to read it and all that.
My only counter to that would be we're running pretty hard. The town hall is a new thing that came up. This is a meeting that's way earlier in the month. If we did it the 14th or even the 7th, we would.
Sure.
Hopefully, I was gonna say the 14th comment, because that definitely, us coming earlier has definitely.
But it's not unusual for us to get stuff day up. So this is not a comment about specifically these, it's about the overall practice of you've got to get stuff to the board sooner.
Okay.
Because there's not time to digest a lot of things that we're having to go through.
Yep.
So which of those bullet points is that encompass?
B.
Nope.
Well, you might get G and H. Am I good?
There's H on there. I don't think H is on there. Is there?
Student
No.
parent handbook?
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the next thing is, just the Kathleen Shaw, agreement. She is like a contractor that we utilize for, assistant in, special ed, like, services, and also like, policy stuff. I've been just recently using her a lot for policy stuff. Prior to that, I wasn't tapping into her much. It is like, just an hourly thing that we utilize her for, but she has recently, I would tell you that I found great value in utilizing her. Prior to probably the last 3 months, I hadn't really found how to utilize her well, so I haven't been utilizing her exceptionally well.
Let me ask you some questions about this.
You can, this was a person Laura Badillo brought on.
Yep.
And I think in the January meeting where I was voted in, they brought this agreement.
Right, and I think the two things that jump out is the work to be performed. We've got 2 big bullet points on there.
Mhm.
The first big bullet point certainly seems like internal staff should be able to handle that, especially given kind of some of the reports that we saw from Mr. C stuff that maybe we have some opportunity to look at staffing overall in the special ed department.
I haven't seen
So-
this report yet, so I don't know about this.
Okay, So there's some discussions about that, not saying that, jobs need to be cut, that was not part of Mr. C's thing, but it's talking about allocation of resources. Specifically, that first bullet point, scheduling IEP meetings, following up calls when necessary, all of these bullet points.
Most of those things she's not being utilized for anymore.
Perfect.
They're listed there because that's what she
Could be.
could be doing.
And then the second thing is, then the second bullet point, all of this stuff about the school board policies, following up with school procedures, communicating with legal. Is now why we pay Maxie to be the head guy to run this stuff?
These are not special ed policies. The next up is talking about school board policies. So one of the things that she's done for us is like, take our policies and they weren't numbered properly and reorder them into an actual number. So when you see the board policy numbers, like she's the one who scaled that entire thing. That was not done prior to her coming on.
Is this contract just as needed? It's not a guaranteed X number of dollars per.
Right, it's so as needed, and I use her, when we meet with her, 1 hour a week, and then I just kind of hand over like, hey, can you review this policy? And she's the one that redlines some stuff and then gives it to me, then I read through it and verify that that's the direction that we want to go. So she's not used, that's what I'm saying, there's not a lot of use here, but the use that has been very valuable.
What is she budgeted at in our updated budget? Included in there?
I think she's budgeted in, but again, higher than probably what we're actually utilizing her.
What is it budgeted at?
It's budgeted for her 15 hours per week at $25 an hour, but it's not.
We budget at that number?
It's budgeted to that number, but that's not at all what we're using.
So we're budgeting at $325 or whatever, $350 a week. So $375, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, and we're probably using her closer to like maybe 6 to 8 hours on average. And again, I'm spitballing.
A week all year?
Yeah, earlier in the year, SPED was using her, but then it was like, we don't really need her for the assistance. Like, I think they were utilizing her because they had it. They've kind of cut, Kyle doesn't use her at all that I'm aware of. And that's been some of the stuff she said, like, I'm not being used in these areas anymore.
I'm just trying to figure out why we need her.
From my standpoint, again, the value comes on kind of recreating these policies, finding them, giving me different examples. It is a very time consuming thing. And so that's helped out a lot. But minimal hours. It's not a lot of use. We meet with her 1 hour, once a month, actually. Yeah, it's only once a month. And then I kind of give her direction, and then she may meet with me if she needs to. Otherwise, she sends me the stuff that she's worked on and we communicate via.
My devil's advocate would be, as much as I love always spending or saving money, would be Laura brought her on. Laura was about as fiscally responsible as anybody, and she greatly valued her expertise and all the detail for some of these policies and procedures.
Yeah, I've not talked to somebody who understands them better than she does. So Laura was dead on with her abilities, no questions asked.
Can we remove the special ed?
Well, you may want to leave it in case. As a backup, you
I'm
can
just saying.
use it. Right, so it's not, if this is just on demand contract, it's not a guaranteed contract. Then it's probably better to have a wider berth than it is to narrow it. Okay. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Anybody else? Okay. So I will bring that one up for the next one is the CSMC contract. This one I spit out to you guys, those of you kind of involved in this area a while back. Chris really went through it and hasn't been a lot of discussion, but this is a service that we do, lean heavily on for our budgeting. So if anybody has any questions, but this is.
I've looked through it and I know Chris and I have talked a lot about it. I think there's two important things. Number one, contractually, we were never promised Josh, but that was sort of a handshake agreement that Josh was going to be our guy. Josh has transitioned to some other roles, so that'll be changing, and Andrew's been picking up a lot of the slack there. And then the rest of the contract really hasn't changed all that much. It's from a dollar perspective,
It is a 3-year contract.
3-year contract. Otherwise it looks substantially similar to what we've been doing.
And there's a little bit of a financial jump in year 2 and 3, I think.
A little bit,
different.
yes. Yep,
but
and
those were
that
kind of-
was also part of a legacy issue deal where we had pushed hard on
Yeah,
them.
you kind of got a little lower.
Correct. Now, the one thing I would say is it may be behoove us to talk to them about kind of the pricing and how it matches up, but honestly, it's not outside of the realm of where I expect it to be. As a matter of fact, it may be even, different from a structure standpoint financially, but it's not, year 1, year 2, year 3, the total dollar amounts probably aren't crazy.
And this from our standpoint, this is, our back office, if you will, that does all our finances. And our current contract ends within the end of June, so we would go into July without those services. That's the reason I'm bringing it to you guys for today. Yep. Any questions on that? Okay.
Just speaking of CSMC, I did send over the budget with the 248 enrolled, and that came out to 228.16 ADA. So when that's at 92%, so that's what it comes down out to. And then that net deficit increased, right, from 52,000 to a net deficit of 129,000. So I'm not sure if there's a way, if Natalie wants to print that out and share that, or there's a way that those two can be decided upon. But those should have been sent over to Natalie.
Natalie, you forwarded that one.
Why did we go from 50?
Because we dropped 7 kids, 55 to 48, and we dropped 94 to 92.
We did both.
Yeah. Basically, all kids.
Basically, it's, yep.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
The next one is a declaration of need form. This one just has to be approved by you guys. It's really basic. Basically, its concept is to ask us if we're going to have to put people in positions that they're not certified for when we're hiring people. Because we currently have all of our teaching slots hired, it has zeros across the board on it because that isn't a current need that we anticipate, but it is something we have to send out to certain people. So that's why it's on there. Again, it's a really quick look because there's pretty much nothing to it that we need this year, which is a good big positive because some of these that I've seen in the past had like 6 of the positions we were going to need that potentially could be that way. And right now we're running 0. So that's a big positive for teacher retention. Any questions about the declaration of need? All right. The next one I have is kind of twofold, but I don't see this one second part. This second part.
Yeah.
So you should actually have 2 papers for this. One is the teacher salary for 23-24, and one is the classified positions. So just to talk about this a little bit, the California minimum for a salaried employee for a 12-month non-exempt employee changed in January to $64,480. In teaching, that since we have contracts at 10.5 months is what we sign contracts on, the starting number of this salary is based on that number, which equates to $56,420. And then I took this salary, and by the direction of the board, what I did was compress. Thank you. I went blank. Compressed the numbers, did budget compressing. And so the bottom numbers on each one of these categories that would be defined as the 26 through 30 for the teachers, those are all within 30 cents of what they were before. But the shifts in the top number clearly shifts every piece as they go down. So people who are at the newer part of the scale are going to have a little bit more of an increase off this. And so this is what I'm putting out to comply with the state minimum wage. But we will have a new teacher on staff next year that will be a first-year teacher, which is why this has to be updated. So before we move to the classified positions, are there any questions about the teacher salaries? Okay, the next one is the classified positions, which the city of San Diego increased their minimum wage for hourly to $16.30. So this is just an update to get us to that minimum wage point for what the city requires. So again, base that number. If you look at the paraprofessional number, that's where the 1630 shows up. Everything else I based off what it was before. Minus I actually trimmed probably about 5 cents in a couple of places just to translate it over and keep the scale closer to what it was. So this is our classified positions going as far as it's updated with the city now. Not sure, currently don't think this will have a great, this piece will have great impact on shifts, but I wanted to make sure that we were at least operating at the city minimum wage.
The budget reflects these.
The budget already reflects both the teacher and the hourly updates that are based here, because I wanted us to be prepared with that. Any questions about either one of those salaries? Okay. Next thing that I brought are actually two things. I guess I can kind of run them together. Are the well, I'm on short again. There are a lot of documents today. Sorry about that. Oh, I grabbed it. I don't.
What do you need, the handbook?
The employee handbook. I thought I had. I don't need it. I just was going to use it as a reference, so everybody knew what it looked like.
They're here.
Yeah, I got so many papers in here.
They look like this.
Thanks. I'll bring it back to you.
No.
Yeah, it looks like this one. So this one, again, the employee handbook and student handbooks, there was a goal to get them updated. We're trying to do it for next year. So the employee handbook, not really many changes within it, more updated and some like typing errors. There was a lot of spacing issues and typing things that we kind of had to do. But I do understand that you guys got this late. I thought you had got it earlier in the weekend. I thought you got it on Friday, but I understand that you guys got this late. So does anybody have any questions on the employee handbook?
So you may want to, when you send this back out with the red lines, so that people know what got changed.
Yeah, I think I can do that. I think the editable one, I think there's PDFs, so if nothing else, I can at least go through and like hand it if I need to, so people can see it.
It might be good to have some summary of, or some record of what got changed.
Yeah, for sure.
My only thought here, not too many to push us through tonight, but a lot of the questions coming to the town hall were like, when is the handbook gonna be ready? When is the student handbook? So I think hopefully people see we're working on it, we're getting really close and we're gonna have it buttoned up, but it's not gonna be approved and ready for prime time until August, right before school starts.
We don't normally push them out till right before school starts anyway, right?
Yeah, I don't know why you would need it in the next 4 months anyway, but if we have it before, then that can go out.
Then that can go out. And you can,
Yeah, this was just a goal to have things ready for next year. It was just trying to
We
get
can
it.
still do it.
So the handbook or the employee handbook, then the next one is the parent student handbook, which was also updated. And similar, I'll work on making sure that those are visual. Any questions about either of those?
Cool. No, thank you. All right, that's it for our presentations. We're moving into the consent action. Approval of the regular special board meeting minutes, the May meeting minutes.
That's my fault. I'm gonna take that one.
Not happening tonight.
I had a number of reasons why May is terrible for anyone who has students and teachers and all of those things. May is tough.
It's a proud tradition of kicking the meeting minutes to the new board. With no idea what. All right, check registers. For April. Everybody have a chance to look at that.
Because this new funky format.
Yeah, why do we have to have it in
It's
this?
a new software.
It is new software. It's not anything that we're doing. CSMC changed their software. What's the new software called?
Sage Impact.
Save Impact. So.
And so when I showed you on my phone 30 minutes ago, was the old software. I was like, why the flip is this not? Because it's the old software.
Yeah, they switched to different software.
They've got to find a better way to print this, or we've got to find. a better way.
Agreed.
It's unreadable. We're sort of in the same spot that we were a month ago, that this is. We
Seems
could,
to me, we could just print it. Landscape and that would solve a lot of our, wouldn't it?
at the very least, it should. So. I don't know, Natalie or Devin. So the. Check for BBO Power School, how often are we sending them 36.75 and 15.75? There's two different checks there. Power School? Yep, on April 15th.
The 3675 should be the CSMC monthly contract, so that's their annual contract broken down. And that's monthly, and I believe so is the Power School. It's their annual that's in the contract, and then it's just broken down monthly.
Is there a reason to cut them two different checks at two different amounts then?
It actually goes to Power School.
One goes to Power School, one goes to, okay. Which one's Power?
That's our student information system.
I think it's a 15.75. And what's the, what is it? What's it, the 6,300?
Yeah,
On March 31st, the Institute for Effective Education Children's Workshop.
That's our NPS.
Sorry.
It's on there every month.
Okay,
all these is just hard to recognize. but-
Yeah, you're probably just not seeing them the same way.
that's exactly right.
Why do we do cleaning services March and April in the same month? Do they just get stacked up?
That's when CSC issues the check and then puts it on the registry, right? Like sometimes it
It's when
gets,
they cash the check and it
Yeah.
shows up in our bank statement.
Oh, so they just sat on it for a while?
There were a couple of things that came up during the audit about a couple of outstanding checks. Do you know, did those get canceled and reissued, or did we get those cleared?
so I just, have they cleared?
They have not cleared. So
Yeah, but they've been sent out. They've been, because I know that it was resent to Josh, the lady who. Actual financial lady at the district that walked us through it before you came in. She emailed and Josh got all that stuff in line.
So we canceled the old checks and just reissued new ones, or did we try to reach out?
So the one I think that you're specifically talking about, the borderland.
That was one of them. I
Tiffany-
think there were three or something.
Yeah,
right?
so that one, was actually just a quote and we didn't pursue that, so we took that off the books. And then the other two, they were missing checks, so we canceled those and reissued those.
So the Borderlands, they read it as a check had been issued when we actually hadn't issued a check.
It was an invoice that was submitted to us, and for whatever reason, I think that was in the early summer stages when I think Christian or Ted was, shopping different like, firewalls. And so we had issued an initial invoice, but then it was decided that we weren't gonna use those. So it sat on the books because it hadn't been cashed. So.
But it's canceled and cleared out.
But we just confirmed that, yeah, that we were invoiced for something else, so we canceled that.
Thank you. Yeah, whoever takes over for treasury needs to talk to CSMC about how to print this better, formatting, or, because it's unreadable. Honestly, I think we can make heads or tails of it tonight. At least I've looked at it now twice and he's gone,
Yeah.
but
Okay, can I get a motion?
Hold on, so the two largest charges here with Civica. Help me understand why there's a 44 and then a 42.
One, I thought one is insurance, right? And the one is rent, is that not right?
no, oh, no one, well, No, that's together. The 44 is together.
Yeah. Oh, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Oh, gotcha. It's clear, very clear. All right, so yeah.
All righty. Who wants to make a motion?
I motion to approve.
I will second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, where are we? We're on the EPA spending plan. Oh, this is the budget discussion?
No, that's down below, Jay.
Oh, is it just both of the EPA spending? Okay. This is just more procedural. It's saying that we have this money that's going toward future salary. Okay. Can I get a motion? My motion. Daniel seconds. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? There is unanimously. Moving on to item D, which we're gonna kick the can on until next time. Resolution 2020. Item E, Kathleen Shaw agreement. Talk through this one. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Also carries unanimously. USMC agreement.
I'll move.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, carries unanimously. We're gonna cut out the other stuff. Declaration of need.
I'm not
Item G, I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Carries unanimously. The approval of local indicators. Oh, this was the part of the LCAP that Turner presented earlier. Turner, you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. Carries unanimously, and we are on fire rate. Salary schedule, oh, this is where it's all gonna go. All right, all those are, can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Oh,
I'll second.
There you go.
excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. The approval of the budget, here we go. All right, 2023 estimated actuals and 23-24 preliminary budget. We went back and forth on this one. Probably have to have a little more conversation, but we talked about the fact that we could approve one, at least sort of our baseline budget and make tweaks to it. We had one that is a little bit more optimistic, that's at 8,000 to the good, but it's based off of 255 and 54% ADA. We have one that is sort of in the middle, that's now showing a loss of what, 55K, and another that's
And that's 255 with the 92
2
ADA. And then the more realistic one, right, which is 248.
and 92.
129.
Yeah. Okay, what do you guys think?
What's the downside of doing the realistic one? Is it, are we gonna be questioned? It's gonna be.
It'll drive questions,
It'll drive questions,
but from district, but honestly, I'm not sure that it's the same as it would have 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Because this is pretty standard for schools right now, because ADAs, I think we may get more, if we put up a 98% ADA, we get more questions.
Yeah.
Right, so I think the big number, having 6 figures on there will raise questions. I think we submitted the 57 something, I don't think anybody had in mind. I don't even know if they'd look all that closely. You start throwing in saying, hey, we're gonna be down 6 figures like that,
What would the question?
when?
Yeah.
To the other board, I don't know.
No.
What do you mean from the
Right.
district?
I started getting it in August.
Yeah.
Okay, so like
of last year.
August or.
From who?
From the district, or just about like, were we trying to do anything with it? Were we good with where it was? Like, what was our plan? And then at that point, I was able to report that we'd gotten a grant that was gonna ship that.
But we could, in theory, hopefully, our enrollment numbers could improve by August. Right, before. So we may have a good answer about that.
Yeah, and we have the ability to resubmit a budget afterwards. I think we did that this year in January, so we do have that ability. It's just where we want to start.
Seems like the honest answer is that, right, 248, that's what we know. Based on
My one counter would be, I completely agree with you, but if we are at 248 and we get to 94%. ADA, we're at 233. And then we're already pushing to get closer to 93%. And they're putting measures in place to boost that ADA, just.
And we have money on the sidelines, which is why I think that second middle option may be the most realistic. Because there's money not in this budget yet. Some good news that we haven't even assigned yet. There's some other things.
The number.
Sorry,
We're not putting them into those fields, right? Or the field that the lever we know today.
right.
Is.
I think there's also
248,
other discussions that could happen that would have an impact on that.
Right, and
Make
there's,
the middle one more realistic than what we're saying, right?
and I think at 92 ADA is probably a bit pessimistic, honestly, with the way things have been trending.
Sure.
Right, so you kind of, all those things kind of add up, so there's other changes potentially coming, there's money on the sidelines coming, whether it's some grants that we haven't accelerated forward, right? So, certainly, as I know the numbers, I would feel comfortable with the middle at 50-something thousand. And I think that is a realistic number, if you want to be a realist of where it absolutely is and not pull any on the side or any changes that are still being discussed, then you're 100 and something thousand the answer. But I think from how the budget performed this year, how ADA is trending, and some of the sideline money plus the other discussions, I think the 50 something's very realistic.
In the past, because I know last year you approved before Daniel or I were there, was that a more realistic or a more pessimistic budget? Because that was much more negative than even we're talking about here.
Yeah, I just want to throw this in just for comical use. For Laura, that was an optimistic.
She said, yeah,
She very much thought that was an optimistic.
He said it was incredibly optimistic, were her words.
Which, closing budget on it, we're at like 67,000 in whole, so we improved that by about 120 as the year went.
Right.
But with the help of.
With the help of
money
how
from the
much,
sky.
Correct.
yeah. Lots of money from the sky.
Yeah.
So it might have been an incredibly optimistic budget then as well.
We found some trees.
I mean, I feel like based on what we know today, we have a specific set of numbers, right? We want to get better going forward. We think we have lots of numbers to get better, but based on what we know today, those are numbers. Think with it by August, when the questions come, we may have better answers already. Or maybe not, right? Like, so when August comes, the question comes out, why is this so low? And our numbers, enrollment numbers still at 248, then we need to answer this, right? But if the number is higher, then we have a good answer. So turn away with that.
Is there a threshold at which they would start the process? Like if we said 200,000.
I have to assume the answer, there's an answer, yes, but I don't know what that threshold necessarily is.
Objective.
Yeah.
I mean, this is far better than it was last year when it was approved starting into the budget. And he got questions, but it wasn't all also dire straits by any stretch.
Yeah, no, I think it was just more of an understanding piece, but there were definitely questions, and I don't know. Like, who goes, what it's the second year approving a board, like there may be more questions and maybe less questions. I really don't know what that looks like. I don't know what to anticipate from.
Yeah, I mean, it's right.
Well, I mean,
They're gonna be whatever they
yeah,
are.
the budget's gonna create itself as time goes, no matter what.
I think it does create issues that you're in 2025.
It
Right.
definitely creates issues when there's a
charter
charter
renewal.
renewal.
That becomes a bigger issue.
Because it's fiscal responsibility, and then they're gonna look back at what we have passed over the years to like.
What are we doing?
Well, if you look back over the past years, we're improving.
Yeah.
We do. 129.
Well, we were what, 168 or something?
180 something.
180 in the whole. So that's what I'm saying, like year over year, you are improving and making effort towards.
Right, it's setting ourselves up not only for this year, but for the renewal year in 25. So having a forward think it out and compare it to what last year was. So like that, I mean, Daniel, you're gonna be sitting here, Kate, you're gonna be sitting here with this dilemma where it's. Well, maybe it's not a dilemma, it's just demonstrating growth. And I think that's what we hopefully will set up based off last year to whatever we put this year, getting into 25.
And we're sitting on a million one in cash. Right, so it's not like we don't have reserves in the bank, and those aren't going down as much as we feared they could be, right? So that's the other piece of it is from a financial health standpoint. Not much has changed from last year to this year. We're still running fine, we've still got money in the bank, we can still operate for a few years at this way. But some changes have to be made if we're not. If we don't get that piece in order. And look, the building is our anchor.
So are we voting, Daniel's recommending that we go with the most conservative or realistic, however you want to capture the approach? Sounds like we've got some consensus. Is that what we're gonna put to the vote? Would anyone want to make a motion for that versus the 55 version? 52 version?
You two gotta deal with the repercussions here.
That's three, okay.
I got one foot out the door.
I can support neither. I'm not gonna support the Devin's optimistic one that came today, but I could support either B or C.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the most conservative. All those in favor?
Right.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? 17 abstain.
Otherwise passed.
You can vote no. I'm aware.
I can also abstain, just have it right there.
Right. I think that is it because we're going to kick the can on these last two items, right? So next go around.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for sticking it out. I appreciate it. And thank you too. For your parents, taking you down below. You guys stuck it out for this whole meeting.
Right?
You need to say anything for this?
Feel bad, Turner. Doesn't feel right leaving you with this in the morning. At least you make your kids do it, right?
I do.
Good. Have them read all this stuff too. Yeah. Oh, all right, coming out of closed session, there's nothing to report. Thank you for joining us, and have a good evening.
They usually find